Order du jour.
Orders of the day, order du jour, government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-54, Not Criminally Responsible Reform Act.
Très prise du débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de Marc.
Honorable member for Marc-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, I'd be pleased to share my time. C-54. This policy, this ideological orientation we want to include in the law, obliges us to take a step backwards and to look at the history of our country. When English law came into effect here, we implemented English legislation, English laws, if you recall, for criminal offenses was called the Red Code, and that was a good name for it. The number of crimes that resulted in the death penalty was unreasonable. And very often it wasn't even just a simple hanging. There was torture in Canada. People before dying were tortured. And the second aspect of the English Criminal Code that we inherited that's important to remember is the jury. This is an important element. You have to take that into account. Juries under the Red Code would see individuals that they knew were guilty. Therefore, the evidence was already clear. And when they understood what the sentence that this person would be meted out would be clear, the jury would find the person not guilty. They didn't want to be part of a legal system that they found unfair and unreasonably inhumane. The Red Code was amended and it became the Criminal Code. And that is a good thing. Theft of livestock back in the day could result in a hanging. Theft, stealing something from someone's house, could result in the death penalty, and those things were abolished, which is reasonable. They were largely abolished because they were no longer reasonable. The jury refused to go along with such severe penalties. And that brings us back to the current situation. The jury now, once again, has the possibility in modern times to refuse to implement the criminal code. If, in their heart and soul, they find that the criminal code is not acceptable, they will reject it. The last great modern case that illustrated this clearly was the Morgentaler case. He was carrying out abortions, and this was strictly prohibited by the criminal code. He was before a jury. The evidence was very clear that he had performed these abortions, but the jury refused to implement the criminal code. The jury said no. You, the politicians that pass this legislation, you will not make us accomplices to a poorly drafted piece of legislation, a law that punishes crimes that exist in your heads. They said no. And this is the danger we're facing with C-54, and also with the entire philosophy that supports this, which is to say that we're going to be tough on crime. We're going to scare people. We're going to draft laws, legislation that have very heavy penalties, will punish criminals. But judges will say, now, just hang on a minute. I'm the one who has this case before me. I insist on maintaining a certain level of independence. I'm not a puppet that just does what you tell me to do. And we saw this with the Firearms Act, where an individual goes to a friend's house, takes that person's gun and plays with it. It wasn't an illegal gun, but the judge said there was no criminal intent here, and the law as drafted is unacceptable to me. And the judge invalidated this. So you can see, you can have your legislation invalidated by a judge or jury. And on the issue of mental health, for a crime committed by someone suffering, you have to understand something very important. When you're faced with the horror of a crime, and we've seen some terrible examples in Quebec, the doctor who killed his young children, when faced with the absolute horror of this, the members of the jury have always got the reflex to say that anyone sane of mind would never have done such a thing. All of the lawyers and prosecutors in this kind of situation are facing the obligation of presenting evidence beyond any reasonable doubt, and they've always had trouble saying and accepting that a jury cannot accept that a sane person would do something so terrible to his own children. This human reflex has been perfectly taken advantage of by the doctor in question, Dr. Turcotte. That's what his entire defense was based on. And we're talking about the jury. You can say that the doctor, the judge, all of what was presented, but there's always that danger of the jury, which will react in that way and cannot accept that a sane man would do such a thing. All of the serial killers that we've seen would face that same risk before a jury. That's why prosecutors have to be well armed. They have to prove that there is premeditation. And often when you prove that, you're saying this wasn't a passing folly. You did this, you planned it, you organized it. And in the Turcotte case, the jury did not accept that beyond a reasonable doubt. So they found there was a little, some doubt remaining, and the person was found innocent. So this brings us to a second problem, that of the use of the media for the changing of the criminal code for political reasons, to political ends. We can't delude ourselves, Mr. Speaker. There is a policy issue here. So it's all very nice to say that you're going to be tough on crime, but it's a bit ridiculous to say you're going to be tough on crime while at the same time you're reducing the budget of the police forces. So that's not the first contradiction we've seen with this government. We have to punish people who commit crimes. We have a criminal code that does that job very well. There are changes that need to be made. Serving 1/6 of the sentence didn't make any sense. There are things that we're not against. But as soon as we say, hang on, it's all well and good to pass legislation, but you have to see how it works in reality, how it's implemented. And if there's any doubt about that, as soon as we talk in that way, oh, we're accused of being against everything that they're doing and supporting pedophiles and all kinds of nonsense. So we have to be clear about the issues before us. Law is justice. Law and justice, rather, are two different things. We are for justice here, and we are being asked to approve laws whose only objective is to allow a minister to say, oh, look, we're going to prevent this or that from happening. So I'm sorry. In the Turcotte case, that would have changed absolutely nothing. And it's not by leaving Dr. Turcotte to rot in a cell that will be solving any problems either. So, And this incentive to commit suicide, that is banned in the criminal code as well. Sometimes it would be a good idea for people who want to defend the law, remember that no one can ignore the law, particularly if you're a member of Parliament, and that you're always pushing for amendments to the criminal code. This is clearly a pathetic case, Mr. Speaker. I don't have much time left, but essentially I want to say that this legislation won't change anything because the jury remains to be the entity that decides.
All right.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it is important for us to recognize that there is so much more that government can do in terms of working with, in particular, provincial counterparts and try to deal with some of the issues related to mental illness and the number of crimes that are, in fact, being committed. One only needs to look at some of our institutions that are there, in particular places like hospitals, and you get a sense in terms of the number of individuals where there's that correlation between mental illness and crimes that are being committed. My question to the member is related to providing the need and the importance of providing resources in terms of detection of mental illness and to try to deal with issues that ultimately lead to crimes being committed because we're shifting the needs of meeting the needs of mental illness. And if we dealt with mental illness in a more holistic approach, we'd actually be able to prevent some of these crimes from taking place in the first place. And I'm interested in the members' comments on that.
The
Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, this piece of legislation puts us into a difficult position, but we have to remember, we have to support the fact that people are entitled to present a defense. And what we have to understand clearly is that some people need health care services to prevent them from committing crimes, but there are also people who are perfectly sane who use this kind of a defense. And those are two entirely different things. We can support mental health care. We've taken too many people out of institutions and left them literally in the streets. And very often, these are crimes that were perfectly preventable. They're minor crimes. But they present this defense of having a mental disorder, rather. So yes, we have to support mental health services and those kinds of initiatives. There are too many people in the streets who shouldn't be there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Jean Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague talked about the concept of justice, and I am interested in exploring this concept and taking this a little further, of justice versus vengeance. It seems often that this government's bills really are drafted more in a spirit of vengeance rather than in a spirit of justice. And I would like to ask my colleague if justice really is more what victims want to see, is justice for crimes committed against them. The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. That's an excellent question. We are searching for justice. We put forward pieces of legislation for laws that should support that fairness and justice. But too often, we miss the mark. In the English criminal code, in that tradition, we have the opportunity of having a judge or a jury. And oftentimes, those people will say that the law does not satisfy me in terms of the justice that I seek. The law, it wants too much to penalize and seeks too much vengeance. So we search for justice. It doesn't mean that we're going to support criminals and protect them. And it's that balance we have to find. So what is in C-54, if what is drafted there comes to pass, we'll support this bill. The philosophy underlying it leaves me really uncomfortable. But we will apply this search for justice, and that, sir, is the duty of all members of this House. Thank you. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise to speak to Bill C-54, an act to amend the Criminal Code and National Defence Act, in brackets, mental disorder. Mr. Speaker, the key new measure provided for in this bill is a new power to designate a high-risk category of accused under both the Criminal Code and the National Defence Act. The category of accused that has drawn considerable attention and loud calls for stricter punishment is exactly this category, and in particular, more heinous acts where somebody is deemed to be not criminally responsible. In such cases, the accused is neither convicted nor acquitted. These cases are to be differentiated from an accused found unfit to stand trial. Once deemed fit, those accused may be tried for the offence and incarcerated. In both cases, the accused is normally incarcerated in a forensic unit of a mental hospital. Current law obligates a court or review board to discharge an accused found not criminally responsible unless they pose a significant risk to public safety. In rendering its decision, they must give consideration to a number of factors: the need to protect the public from dangerous persons, the mental condition of the accused, reintegration of the accused into society, and other needs of the accused. The proposed new law makes the safety of the public the paramount consideration, in other words, sidebarring the mental condition of the accused or any efforts made to eventually reintegrate the accused into society, which will happen eventually. What has attracted the most public controversy are cases where the accused has committed violent acts, is deemed not criminally responsible, is detained in an institution, and then released. Some are complaining that these are unjust punishments and merit harsher responses and retribution. Concerns have been raised about the potential continued endangerment to the community. The fact that an accused may be found not criminally responsible absolutely does not diminish recognition of the heinous character of any violent acts. It does not in any way diminish impacts of that act on the victim, their families, or their communities. Yet at law, an accused must be accorded their full rights under the law and Charter of Rights and Freedoms. To not do so means that the matter may be referred to the courts. This is particularly the case for NCR accused, as neither convicted nor acquitted of an offence. It's critical to the rule of law. The challenge in addressing crimes arising from short-term or long-term mental disorders is determining the appropriate judicial and treatment response that addresses the mental state of the accused, the harm caused, the potential for reoffending, the deterrent effect, and the challenge of responding to crimes arising from short or long-term mental disorders. Bill C-54 proposes 3 key reforms for these accused: putting public safety first, making explicit that is the paramount consideration for the court and the review boards. Again, that sets aside the equal consideration to the mental state of the accused and rehabilitation to enable them to return safely to community. Secondly, creating a high-risk designation. They empower the courts and the review boards to impose a high-risk designation for any accused found NCR of a serious personal injury offence, and there is substantial likelihood for further violence that could endanger the public, or where the acts were of such a brutal nature as to indicate significant threat of harm to the public. It's that second factor that a number of organizations, including the Canadian Bar Association, would like to have removed from this bill. Thirdly, significant threat to the safety of the public, to be defined in the Code. Such accused are to be denied any conditional or absolute discharges. The designations are only to be revoked by a court order on recommendation of a review board. Again, the Canadian Bar is objecting to that, saying that the more appropriate body to be deciding the mental state of the accused vis-a-vis safety to the community is a review board in consultation with psychiatrists, not a court. Also, stricter controls on community visits. Again, a number of associations, including the Psychiatric Association of Canada, have said that is exactly the kind of measure, if appropriately accompanied, can help to gradually rehabilitate people and bring them back to the community. It also gives the power to the review board to extend the review period from 1 to 3 years. In other words, the potential to not allow the release of the person, even if they are then found to be mentally competent, to go back to their community. And the access to the treatment under the law is not to be affected. The provision in the law that most support is being found for is the provision for enhanced involvement by the victim in the proceedings, that there would be notice upon request where the accused is discharged, and providing for orders of non-communication between the accused and the victim, and that any decisions related to the accused give due consideration to the safety of any victims. Obviously, there are laudable provisions. It is hoped that that occurs anyway, but it is good that that be prescribed in law to give comfort, particularly to victims or the family of victims of crime. The current law already requires courts and review boards to consider the need to protect the public from dangerous persons, the mental condition of any accused, and reintegration into society and other needs of the accused. These reforms may, in some small way, appease some of the public, but will they have any appreciable effect on reducing the number of violent crimes perpetrated by persons with long-term or temporary mental conditions? Statistics, Mr. Speaker, suggest otherwise. Recidivism rates for NCR accused range from 2.5 to 7.5%. That's to be compared with a 41 to 45% rate of recidivism for other offenders. So the NCR accused is the most highly unlikely to reoffend. How then can we rationalize detaining them for more extended periods? Can any extension ever satisfy those distressed by the crime? And eventually they will be released. So is increased incarceration in a forensic unit with potentially limited psychiatric care the answer? As has been pointed out by other members, are the courts the appropriate authority to be making a decision on the rehabilitation of the mentally disordered person? Should that not remain with the review boards and psychiatric care? Is a better, or in the least additional solution, to ensure more resources for Canadian mental health detention facilities, as the experts have called for. It's important to examine the case law and to hear from legal and medical experts. And as others have suggested, Mr. Speaker, to examine whether each provincial or territorial jurisdiction has the appropriate facilities to detain these accused for extended time periods and to provide the necessary psychiatric support. It will be helpful for the government to release its opinion on the potential charter challenges the bill may pose so that those matters may be addressed before any reforms are enacted. It will be important to hear testimony on cost implications of the bill compared to other alternatives, as incarceration is normally the highest cost alternative. An obvious answer: have the provinces and territories been consulted, as these costs will most certainly be downloaded on them for extended periods of detention, provision of psychiatric services, and the duty to notify and track victims and the accused. Well, what have other medical and legal experts said so far about the proposed law? Well, now all have expressed concern that they have not been consulted in the development and drafting of this law. The Canadian Psychiatric Association recommends against the high-risk designation, as no evidence exists that these policies pose undue public risk. And they point out the recidivism rate, where it is very low for the NCR accused. They state that it will impose substantial drain on already scarce forensic resources while delivering little increased public safety. They say that it merely reinforces punishment and retribution while removing valuable therapeutic tools. They also say the unintended consequences of high-risk designation contradicts campaigns, including by this House, to open dialogue on mental health, removing the stigma, and enabling early treatment. They recommend removal of brutality of the offence as criteria, as does the Canadian Bar Association. They say they should permit escorted passes, and they should be removing the power to extend the review period. The Schizophrenia Society endorses exactly what the Psychiatric Association have said. The John Howard Society and Elizabeth Fry Society raised serious concerns about these proposals, except for the notice provisions. The Canadian Bar Association National Criminal Justice Section opposed the high-risk designation as unconstitutional, so we can anticipate court challenges. If enacted, they recommend that the brutal nature of the Act's category for consideration be removed, and that there be added a right of the accused to apply to the court to remove the high-risk designation. and they also support the notice requirements. So as legislators, it's of utmost importance that in making any new laws, particularly criminal laws, we take the time to consult and consider the opinions and advice of informed and experienced experts. And it's for that reason I'll be supporting this bill at second reading, so that wise counsel can finally be publicly revealed and considered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all this bill does is give judges a little more discretion. Now, whenever we want to reduce a judge's discretion in order to provide public protection and victim recognition, the NDP always get up in arms and say, you can't reduce judges' discretion, you have to trust judges. So I want this member to tell us, why doesn't she trust judges when they get discretion to protect the public? Isn't it the fact that all she's really opposed to is the government's agenda of public protection? Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm left confused because the honourable member seems to be speaking on both sides of his mouth at once. The very concern raised by the criminal bar and by the Psychiatric Association is that, in fact, we're fettering the discretion of the judges. Right now, there are a series of criteria to be considered both by the review board and by the courts. And what the intent of this law is to fetter that discretion more thoroughly. The law as it stands right now balances off the needs to protect the rights of the accused with the obligation to protect the public and to consider the interests of the victims. And as I said forward, everybody appears to be supporting the expanded duty to notify and consult.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too would just want to pick up on that last point, that there are, I believe, a great deal of support towards the idea of non-communications with victims and giving consideration to victims. It's an aspect of the legislation which I believe would have, by the sounds of it, hearing the member from the Democratic Party, would have actually all support from all sides of the House, and I suspect gain considerable support outside of the House, even from the different stakeholders in which she's made reference to. My question is in regards to when government brings in legislation, and often they call it, a poison pill or something of this nature, in which something's in the legislation that makes it very, very difficult to support, even though there is aspects of the legislation which are very encouraging or potentially positive. My question for the member is, can she just provide further comment in regards to what's currently in place that does allow for that special consideration that's given to victims today?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, there was a lot in that question. I would like to add that what I find troubling is the record of this government is that in some occasions they actually allow for debate on the bills, and fortunately this is a government bill and we're having extensive debate. What is regrettable is that there was not sufficient advance consultation, which those who could have advised on the drafting of the bill, including the Psychiatric Association, including the Canadian Bar Association, and even victims' organizations. Indeed, as I stated and as a lot of people commented on the bill, the law already provides a fair number of factors for the courts to consider. What is regrettable is, well, we can hope, is that the government might consider and listen to witness testimony and to our suggestions for reform to potentially accept the expanded notification requirements, but to take away the designation.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my honourable colleague, I'm interested in the notice requirements. Are these mandatory requirements, or can the victims choose not to be notified of any more events surrounding the incident that they've been involved with? And in many cases, that may be what the victims will want. In cases when the acts of violence are completely random, and the victims may not want to have this on their plate for any longer than the time that it happened. So what is the provision within the law in terms of notice?
Strathcona.
I just thank the honourable member for his question. My understanding is, Mr. Speaker, that the intent is to provide that as optional, that where the victims of a crime, and I'm not sure how victims is being defined, but I am presuming that also means the family of victims or anybody associated with the victim who may feel that they're at risk, has the option of advising the government that they would like to be notified, and if so, they are then given notification. And I don't think that anybody would object to that change being made.
Debate, may please do débat. The honourable member for York South-Weston.
This change to the criminal code is something that, in general, we support. We support at least it going to second reading because it deals with the very real and very perceived threats to the public that come about from the not criminally responsible declaration by judges. I say perceived threats because part of what is driving this this attempt at an amendment to the law is to play upon the fears of Canadians, and that's something that we think should be left out of the debate. It's something that the other side is very good at, is playing at criminal fears and fears of crime, fears generally. But we need to look at this legislation with a clear and thoughtful lens. We need to look at this legislation and determine, is it achieving a good public policy goal? Is it achieving it in a way that will not be a burden either on the public or on the provinces or on the victims of crime? And that's one of the very serious concerns we have about this legislation, is that it may in fact be a burden on a number of portions of the criminal justice system, including the provinces themselves. As a kind of a mental review of what the system now is, a very, very, very small percentage of accused, and I'm not going to say criminals, but of accused, are actually found not criminally responsible in the course of their trial. We're told that it is something like 1 in 100,000 individuals who are accused, not members of the public, but who are accused, are found not criminally responsible. That is an extremely tiny percentage, and we're spending a lot of time and effort in dealing with some perceived notions of that, some of which were created by recent events in the news, and some of which are just general fears of Canadians. That very, very small percentage then needs to be brought to the attention of both sides of the House. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time. Thank you. So there are two basic definitions that happen to individuals who are accused. Sometimes they are found unfit to stand trial, in which case we wait until they are fit to stand trial. Then once they are at trial, if in fact that individual was not criminally responsible by reason of a mental disorder at the time of committing the crime, that person can be, and sometimes is, declared not criminally responsible at the time of committing a crime, and therefore, rather than a prosecution, they are shifted into the mental health system. And the mental health system includes a review board, it includes judges, it includes mental health professionals, and at that point, the mental health system and the review board and the judges determine when a person is not criminally responsible by a process of review, at what point is that individual no longer a threat to society. And if they are no longer a threat to society, at that point they can be given either a conditional or an actual discharge. But they also can be sent to hospital, and to be held in hospital, restrained in hospital. It's like a jail. We're aware of lots of them. And it's those individuals that this bill is attempting to deal with. Now again, as I said, only 1 in 100,000 accused are actually not criminally responsible, and a smaller percentage of that is those individuals who end up in a hospital setting or who end up in a mental health process. Now, the changes that are being proposed are, by and large, welcome, but they need discussion. They need analysis. They need, for the mental health professionals in this country and the criminal justice professionals in this country, to advise us on whether or not these provisions will create unintended consequences or will create injustices in the system. For example, one of the changes is that the review board must now move in its analysis of not criminally responsible individuals, must now take public safety as their paramount consideration. Is that a good thing? Or is it now skewing? Is it now changing? Is it now putting fetters, as my member from Edmonton Strathcona said earlier, on the justice system? Is it in fact restricting the ability of an individual judge or the review board to actually consider matters fairly and reasonably? And we need more counsel, we need more advice from the both the criminal justice system and the medical profession as to whether or not that is in fact going to change the outcomes, in a meaningful way and change the outcomes in a way that is more protective of the public. I don't know the answer to that question. It certainly sounds on the face of it like, of course, but maybe that change will in fact cause other problems. The other bigger change to this bill is the creation of a high-risk definition, which in fact will now add to the panoply of definitions that a significant threat to the safety of the public could be attached to an individual. And again, what is the purpose of this change? What is the end result of that change? It may be a good thing, but we need more advice, we need more counsel, and we need not to do it from a panoply of fear. We need not to take this new definition out of the context of what it is this law is attempting to provide in the first place. It's attempting to provide a system that protects the public generally, but also provides the mechanisms and means to rehabilitate. For criminals in the criminal justice system who are not found to be not criminally responsible, in other words, those who are criminally responsible, the purpose of the justice system is to make them into better citizens. But we find that the recidivism rate amongst those who are in that system is between 41 and 44%. So we're not doing a very good job of protecting the public with the regular criminal justice system. In the not criminally responsible justice system, the recidivism rate is around 2.5% to 3%. So we are doing a good job when we are finding that those individuals have a mental disorder that needs treatment, and when that mental disorder is properly treated, those individuals can return to society and be productive members of Canadian society, which is what we ultimately want. So we need to examine both halves of the justice system and whether or not we're actually doing a good job in it. The third major part of this legislation is to indicate that victims are now to be a major part of the regime. The victims themselves have already suffered at the hands of the perpetrator, at the hands of the person not criminally responsible, and with good intent, we are asking that the victims be notified of those individuals' discharge, that the individuals who are being discharged could have a non-communications order attached to them, that they're not allowed to deal with the victims. And in addition, the safety of the victims needs to be taken into account when a decision is made about the release of an individual back into the public. And that portion of this bill is something that we think needs a lot of attention. We agree that victims are by far the most paramount consideration in any of the justice system legislation, and we don't spend enough time and effort now on looking after victims. We don't spend enough, I doubt that there's enough time, effort, and money in the mental health and the resources of the provinces to actually give victims of serious crime the help they need in getting over it, the help they need, and we should be looking at that as well. We also understand that this is a very difficult issue for victims. What if victims don't want to have any reminders whatsoever of this individual? Do we put them in an awkward position of having to say, no, I don't want to be reminded? So they have to actually go be asked, do you want to be reminded, and then refuse to be reminded. It's a very, very difficult position for the victims to be in. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? The victims then are in a position where they are not necessarily receiving the appropriate attention, and they are not necessarily receiving the appropriate help from the provincial medical system, but those victims are being asked for their opinion on this thing, and it may in fact be difficult for you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was listening intently to both the previous speaker from the NDP, the question from the member from the Northwest Territories that somehow we're bothering or we're burdening victims by asking them or by telling them the situation with regard to the person who aggrieved them. After 30 years of policing and 7 years as a member of Parliament, listening to victims, working with victims, knowing how victims feel, I don't know of one instance, not one in 37 years, where a victim has said, I really don't want to know what's going on. Now, maybe that has occurred, but I have never experienced it, nor have I had a fellow police officer. Some of them, if you added up our experience, hundreds of years, where the victim says they don't want. You hear the opposition say that, well, the victim should be paramount. However, in this case, Mr. Speaker, all we're asking is for the criminal justice system, a judge, to look at this situation once more before the person is released into society, taking into account. So it's just sort of a double check, if you were, a double check. And for those trivial 2% of people who were re-victimized or where there's recidivism, those are huge, huge numbers in their mind when they have a loved one who has been killed or seriously hurt. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the opposition's just looking for an excuse to vote down another criminal justice bill.
Honourable member for York South-Weston.
In fact, we said we support this bill at second reading, and so we're not looking for an excuse. What we're looking for is to make sure that we don't unintentionally create a problem by amending a bill in a way that actually re-victimizes individuals. That's all. If, in fact, there isn't a victim in the world that wouldn't want to be told, by the way, the person that did something brutal to you, or not, maybe not brutal, but you are a victim of a crime, and that individual who was not criminally responsible is coming back, and do you want to know about it? And it's 6 years later or 10 years later, and you've forgotten all about it. If there's a chance that that's going to be harmful to the individuals, we just want that to be taken into consideration. That's all. I'm not suggesting that victims are not paramount, and they are, and the NDP believes they are. We just want to make sure that we craft this bill in a way that doesn't cause injury to any victims.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, again, I want to focus on the issue of mental illness in the sense of how, if we invest and work with others, if the feds were to work with provinces and between the two invest in mental illness issues, providing the supports that are necessary, that in fact what would end up happening is that we would actually see fewer crimes being committed on the streets in the many communities from coast to coast to coast here in Canada. So in terms of the issue of priorities, would the member agree with me if I make the statement that the government needs to put a higher priority on that issue than many of the different types of pieces of legislation, such as this that they're bringing through, that if we could do more on the prevention issue in dealing with mental illness, that it will make our streets safer across Canada?
The honourable member for York South-Weston.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for an excellent question. The NDP has said on a number of occasions and will continue to say that crime prevention should be the #1 focus of this and any government, that in fact creating fewer victims in the first place is what we should be dealing with. I have a private member's bill coming up that will deal with what is 85% of the street crime in my riding, which is the theft of cell phones. And this government has said they're opposed to it. I'm trying to prevent the crime before it actually happens, and the government has indicated that they are not willing to prevent the crime before it happens. Maybe they want to fill up the jails they built, I don't know. But our job should be preventing crimes in the first place, and if a robust and effective mental health care system in each of the provinces prevents even one crime, then we have all done a justice to this system. Thank you.
Debate. Please débat. The honourable member, l'honourable député de Pontiac.
Honourable member for Pontiac. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured to rise today on behalf of my fellow citizens from Pontiac on such an important question that is public safety. It is important because this is a bill that seeks to protect victims. This bill seeks to enhance the safety of victims by offering them more possibility to participate in the criminal code mental disorder regime by ensuring that they are informed upon request when the accused is released, by forbidding communication between the accused and the victim, and by ensuring that the safety of the victim is taken into account when decisions are made concerning the accused. In addition, the Act seeks to ensure that the interpretation and enforcement of the law is done uniformly across the country. However, it is important to point out that these reforms would not change the current eligibility criteria under the Criminal Code with regard to the exemption of criminal liability because of mental disorder. In addition, the proposed reforms would enact the concept of a significant threat to the safety of the public, which is the current criterion used to determine whether a review board can retain its jurisdiction and continue to ensure the supervision of an accused with mental disorder. It would also clarify the fact that an accused can be the subject of restrictions if they constitute a threat to public safety, but when the criminal nature of this is not necessarily violent. Now, this goal is a good thing. You know already, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, that the victims are the ones who suffer the impacts of crime most directly at all levels: physical, emotional, spiritual, and financial. Financially speaking alone, several researchers have tried to estimate the intangible costs of crime for victims, but no study has been made official. And yet, nevertheless, there is broad consensus around the idea that the intangible cost on victims is astronomical. It has been estimated that a cost of $14.3 billion are attributed to criminal acts and medical care in hospitals, the loss of salary, absences from school, and damaged or stolen goods. Victims are hard hit by criminal acts, but their entourage suffer as well. In 2008, in its report, The Costs of Crime in Canada, the Department of Justice estimated that the intangible costs totaled some $68.2 billion, which brought the total cost of crime to $99.6 billion. It's unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. However, even though this bill is important and can potentially help victims, we must keep things in perspective regarding the situation. We must act regarding to facts rather than according to fear. For example, in Ontario, the most densely populated population in Canada, only 0.001% of individuals accused of offences under the Criminal Code were judged not criminal responsible because of mental disorder. The rate of repeat offences of these people is somewhere between 2.5% and 7.5%, whereas repeat offender rates for federal delinquents with no mental disorder is somewhere between 41 and 44%. Contrary to what they would have Canadians believe, the seriousness of a crime committed does not necessarily correspond to the probability of repeat offenses on the part of the delinquent or on his ability to improve their mental health and live a normal and healthy life. However, certain recent cases have received a lot of media attention and challenge the effectiveness of the current approach. We want to help victims in this process. To do so, we need to talk with experts with regard to mental disorders, victims, and provinces to find out which approach they think is best. It is also important not to make this final political. We must study the merits of the policy, and this study must be adequately funded by the federal government.
That it would be important to ask some of the following questions, as did my honourable Liberal colleague from Mount Royal. What studies, case law, and theoretical sources did the government rely in drafting this bill? What statistics did the government collect on persons deemed not criminally responsible on account of mental disorders? For each of the past 10 years, by province, territory, and type of offence, how many people were deemed non-criminally responsible? Which persons deemed non-criminally responsible and discharged were found guilty of a subsequent offence? What was the nature of the subsequent offence? What persons deemed non-criminally responsible and discharged were deemed non-criminally responsible for a subsequent offence? What was the nature of that subsequent offence? With good answers and data on these questions, we as legislators would be far more informed to ensure that the legislation which is passed is well crafted and will do the job we need it to do. We in the official opposition, despite supporting this bill at second reading, still have a few unanswered questions which we hope the government will attempt to answer in the months ahead. We agree that the public safety must come first, but we must also ensure that proper compliance with the rule of law and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We're open to change, but we must also ensure that the way in which we handle cases involving mentally disordered accused persons is effective in terms of the treatment of mental disorders. To that end, we must ensure that the provinces have adequate financial resources, since they are the ones ultimately managing the situation. With regards to the Charter, we must always be careful that in our zeal to protect our fellow citizens, we do not harm hard-won civil rights. With regards to the Charter, it would be helpful to know whether Bill C-54 was reviewed by the Department of Justice to ensure its compliance with the Charter, and what measures the government has taken to prevent Charter challenges concerning persons deemed non-criminally responsible. If there was indeed a review, what were the review's findings, Mr. Speaker? I also wonder, as for the role of victims, has consideration been given to the fact that some people are unable to confront criminals who have victimized them? And if I mentioned the enormous cost burden to the victims earlier, it is because I also wonder why there are no provisions being made for more resources for the victims who have to live with the consequences of these criminal acts in this bill. Also, what about financial support to the provinces? And this new policy not being developed on the backs of the provinces? A spokesperson for the Department of Justice stated that the provinces will not receive any additional funding to address these new measures, and yet we know there will be costs involved. But despite these reservations, Mr. Speaker, I agree in order to protect our fellow citizens that there is a need for a mechanism in place by which certain individuals who are found not criminally responsible on account of a mental disorder may be declared high risk. I also agree that there should be an increase in involvement of victims in this process. These are the reasons why I support this bill at second reading. And truly, for the voice of the voiceless should never be silenced, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I am happy to support this bill again at the second reading. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question we're debating today with Bill C-54 is a very sensitive discussion given the issues that are being addressed in this House. Obviously, we're talking about crimes that have been committed, and also responsibility for the crime. crimes that are committed by people who are recognized as being not criminally responsible. We have already said that we are going to support this bill at second reading because it deserves to be studied in committee. However, we do have some concerns, and I'd like to come back to some questions that were asked by Conservative members and around how we're dealing with this issue. It is sensitive. It needs to be treated sensitively, and I really have the impression that on the government side, they want to politicize this matter more, and they're making it more political than it should be, whereas we should be reviewing it very objectively. The government has addressed this twice during press conferences to announce this bill, so I'd like to hear the comments from my colleague on the need to study this very thoroughly, reasonably, and rationally. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, which is a very important one, because I think that it goes to the heart of the question. That is, every decision and every piece of legislation should be based on facts. It should be based on science. And we are wondering on this side whether the partners in this sector, the stakeholders, have been consulted. For example, have the Canadian Psychiatrists Association, have the members thereof been met with? There are eminent scientists and criminologists, and I must interrupt the member because it is 11 o'clock and it is time for statements by members.
Member for Ajax Pickering.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 200 years ago tomorrow, an American squadron of over a dozen vessels lay off the mouth of the Humber River. And as the sun rose over Lake Ontario, it sent 1,700 American soldiers ashore in the first amphibious landing in U.S. military history. They were opposed at first by Aboriginal warriors, Mississaugas, Ojibwa, Chippewa. Later, they were charged with bayonets fixed by the Grenadier Company of the 8th Regiment of Foot. York and Toronto were lost that day to Britain and to Canada.
Almost 100 Canadians, British and Aboriginal warriors died, as well as 50 Americans. A lot of property, including the first parliamentary buildings of the province, burned down as well.
At the Battle of York, Toronto, like Moscow before it, and Washington afterwards, became one of many cities around the world scorched by the fire of the Napoleonic Wars. In defeat, Canadians found common cause. The fight for Canada forged a new nation. The last 2 centuries have given us the greatest bilateral economic partnership in history. I invite all members and all Canadians to join First Nations and the regiments of Toronto in celebrating the Battle of York tomorrow.
Honourable Member for Verchères Les Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to rise today in this House to celebrate the 100th anniversary of Saint-Amable, which is a municipality that is growing in my riding. I would like to emphasize the perseverance of the people of Saint-Amable when the potato harvest in 2006 was decimated, which was long one of the main municipal economic activities. The people were not discouraged. They rolled up their sleeves and found new solutions. They now farm asparagus, hemp, and there's even a vineyard. Rather than feeling sorry for themselves, they decided to launch a research center. And they have done this in collaboration with the CLD Marguerite-Youville and University of Sherbrooke. Another example of perseverance is Madame Maggie Nadi Lamarche, who produces organic products like teddy bears. Her daughter is in the hospital, and I wish her prompt recovery. I would like to now conclude talking about my mother, who passed away 2 months ago. She was an upright and dignified woman, and I miss her terribly. I hope she may rest in peace and that God grant her infinite mercy.
The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to a federal investment of $81,500, the London Arts Council and London Heritage Council are partnering to deliver a program designed to enable London's broader community to engage and explore in all of what London arts and heritage organizations have to offer. Citizen Culture encourages newcomers, new Canadians, Londoners, tourists and students to engage in cultural experiences at 22 participating arts and heritage organizations in London. And as the program develops, more arts and heritage organizations will be added. Through Citizens Culture, the arts and heritage sector in London will encourage new community relationships, increase visitor attendance, volunteer opportunities, and employment in their sector. Our government is proud to support London arts and culture. So far this year, I've been pleased to announce over $245,000 in federal funding for arts and culture projects in London, Ontario. Mr. Speaker, I invite all Canadians to join us in Canada's London and participate in our Citizen Culture program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, Volunteer Action Week, I rise in this House to celebrate the huge contribution of volunteers to Canada. We can't imagine what loss would be to society if we didn't have those hours and hours of generosity contributed. All of this hard work is worth its weight in gold and provides a lot of comfort and a ray of sunshine to so many people. I want to emphasize the 20th anniversary of the Volunteer Centre in my area, and we hope that the prize that they have won for this province is recognized by all. Many generations of volunteers are welcomed. People come from around the world, and they offer all kinds of comforts. They teach, and they help a lot of new immigrants to find their place once they've arrived here. I would like to emphasize Madame Muriel-Reliban and her team, and all of those who came before, and all of those who will follow.
Member for Saskatoon, Wanuskewin.
Canada's beloved gospel singer passed away last week at the age of 104. George Beverly Shea was born in Winchester, Ontario, 30 minutes south of Ottawa. George Beverly Shea holds the world record for singing to the most people ever, over 22 million. Mr. Shea sang to more people than Elvis, the Beatles, Frank Sinatra, and the Rolling Stones combined. George Beverly Shea was a great storyteller. A favorite story recounted how his mother had left the words of a poem on the piano where she knew her son would see it. The words of the poem, which have now become his signature song, I'd Rather Have Jesus, had a life-changing impact on that young man. And he set the words to music, and he sang them before millions of people. This legacy song spoke of George Beverly Shea's desire to have Jesus rather than riches, power, men's applause, or worldwide fame. And those words have shaped my life as well. George Beverly Shea had a deep passion that all would come to know his personal Savior, Jesus Christ, in whose presence he now is, singing his praises for all of eternity.
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, the Department of Aboriginal Affairs has finally admitted it misled Canadians when it said the cost of dealing with the over 270,000 tons of arsenic at Giant Mine was only $449 million. The new figure is nearly $1 billion and could go higher. Canada only received a little over $400 million in 2002 dollars in royalties over the 60-year life of the mine, meaning Canadians are on the hook for around $600 million. While the Conservatives were hiding the massive cost to Canadians to clean up the environmental disaster at Giant, they were slashing environmental protections, particularly for the oil sands and the oil industry in general. Considering the massive costs of Canadians for cleaning up one single mine, I have to wonder just how many billions of dollars our children and grandchildren will be paying because the Conservatives and the Liberals' failure to ensure the environment is protected in their rush to exploit the oil sands. The cost of cleaning up the oil sands tailing ponds alone will be gigantic.
Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, we are getting troubling reports that the United States is considering imposing a fee on anybody who crosses their border by land. This is an appalling proposal. It would be a tax on trade and a tax on tourism between our two countries. We have a free trade deal with the United States to increase trade and increase tourism because we know this is good for the economies of both nations. For some communities, this fee would be devastating. Consider Campobello Island. Anybody living on this Canadian island cannot drive anywhere in the rest of Canada without first driving 1 hour through the state of Maine. Earlier this week, I was in Washington, D.C. with the Foreign Affairs Committee. I used the opportunity to raise this issue and let our American friends know what a bad idea this is. Our Canadian ambassador assured me that we will oppose this border crossing tax. Because enacting this new fee would be so detrimental to Canadians, I have no doubt that all my colleagues in this House will provide a united voice in opposing this proposed tax.
The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, April the 26th marks the 27th anniversary of the Chernobyl nuclear disaster. The Ukrainian-Canadian Congress will be holding a Chernobyl memorial service this evening at 6 p.m. at St. John the Theologian Ukrainian Catholic Church on Lakeshore Road in St. Catharines. I encourage those who can attend to be there to help remember the events of that tragic day. The cost of the Chernobyl disaster went far beyond the immediate impact it had on the people who were there on that day in 1986. From first responders like the firefighters who were exposed to life-threatening levels of radiation to mere bystanders who lived in nearby towns. Several thousand people lost their lives because of the accident. Latent radiation has also caused abnormally high levels of cancer and birth defects in humans and animals for decades. Our Canadian government has allocated resources and assistance to help finally contain the Chernobyl site by the year 2015. I'm proud we are taking much-needed action. Ukrainian families have lived with the effects of Chernobyl for far too long. The lessons of Chernobyl must not be forgotten, and our hearts go out to the families who are still affected by this disaster nearly 3 decades later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the mechanical engineering team from Laval University that won the Shell Eco Marathon of the Americas in Houston, April 4th to 7th, by beating their own low fuel consumption record. That is 1,525 kilometers per liter. I also want to emphasize Volunteer Action Week, everywhere for everyone. 13.3 million volunteers in Canada have given 2.1 billion hours every year. In Quebec, we're talking about 2.4 million volunteers, representing 310 million hours. 54% of young people from the ages of 15 to 24 participate in volunteer action. And on Saturday night, on the 6th of April in Laval, smack in the middle of exam period, they organized a hockey-thon. 12 teams, different teams, played through the night, and the next day they had a fundraising brunch when they contributed the profits to the Autism Foundation of Quebec. Imagine what your world would be like if all of this did not exist. The Honourable Member for Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, the theme of the Victims of Crime Awareness Week, we all play a role, moves me in particular. On top of ensuring the security and safety of our streets, this is why we are asking people and to support the PMBC 478, which is Respecting Families of Murdered and Brutalized Persons Act. Within the framework of this week, a symposium dedicated to the victims of crime is beginning today in Quebec City. There are many speakers who will join over 100 victims of crime to put their experiences to the benefit of finding solutions in the various workshops that will occur over the weekend. Canadians know that they can count on our Conservative government to watch over their safety and peace of mind. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' environmental rollbacks are not only putting our fisheries and waterways at risk, they're also impacting Canada's trade relations, our reputation, and our export markets. Isn't there a law against that? In fact, there is. NAFTA and newer trade deals forbid Canada weakening its environmental laws for an economic advantage. In exchange for expanded markets for Canada's goods and services, including oil sands crude, NAFTA commits us to improving levels of environmental protection. NAFTA's environmental side agreement commits Canada to, in quotes, to strengthen the development and enforcement of environmental laws and regulations and to strive to improve them through public engagement. But NAFTA's investment chapter goes even further, declaring it's inappropriate to encourage investment by relaxing domestic health, safety, or environmental measures. Make no mistake, this streamlining is about ending public scrutiny and redress of environmental harms from resource projects. It's about attracting and protecting foreign investments, a clear contravention of trade obligations to prevent backsliding. It offends commitments to public participation, due process, and effective environmental enforcement. As the U.S. raised concerns about failed Canadian action to reduce oil sands carbon emissions, our export markets are put at risk. If this government would commit...
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
I rise in the House today to honour one of Alberta's own. Yesterday, Dave Rutherford announced that he was signing off radio for the very last time. For over 20 years, Dave Rutherford has been the voice of Albertan people, speaking to the people directly on the issues that mattered to them most. I know we are unlikely to see another radio show like his anytime soon, but Mr. Speaker, whether he was hosting the Prime Minister of Canada or taking questions from listeners, Rutherford
always had an uncanny tendency to know exactly what Albertans were thinking. Hundreds of thousands of regular listeners will miss the pointed questions he asked and the information that he provided. The uniqueness of his talk show, which focused on issues instead of the long political rants that sometimes take place, can be solely credited to the thoughtfulness of this great man. Even though he's gone from radio, we hope to continue to hear from him in one way or another for many years. We will miss you, Dave.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, today, for the first time, a majority of Canadians believe that their children will be worse off than them. Last June, the House passed my motion directing the Finance Committee to study the issue of income inequality and to recommend policies to improve equality of opportunity. This month, that study has begun, and a consensus is emerging about what governments can do. So far, experts are telling us to strengthen the working income tax benefit and break down the welfare wall by reducing government clawbacks for low-income Canadians who are working, to make tax credits refundable so that low-income Canadians are not perversely excluded from programs like the Family Caregiver Tax Credit, and to invest in affordable early learning and childcare so that children can get a good start and the parents who want to work can afford proper early learning opportunities for their children. Canadians work hard so that they and their children can get ahead. As parliamentarians, let us do more to strengthen equality of opportunity in Canada. After all, it's the cornerstone on which all just societies are built.
The honourable member for Nepean Carleton.
Yesterday, a small army of liberal pseudo-intellectuals had a collective spasm after I said that terrorists are the cause of terrorism. The Liberal leader had touched off the debate when he said the Boston bombings happened because someone, quote, feels completely excluded. But were the Tsarnaev brothers excluded? The United States included them by sheltering their family with formal asylum from the war-torn Dagestan. The younger terrorist was included in a quality education at a state-of-the-art school, which boasts an amazing 11-to-1 student-teacher ratio, after which the city gave him a $2,500 scholarship. America also included the older terrorist Tamerlan with a taxpayer-funded welfare benefit that continued even after the main U.S. counterterrorism agency had added him to its watch list. Excluding these facts is not the mark of a nuanced intellectual, but of an ideologue who is in over his head. Let us follow the facts, not liberal ideology, and let's target the root cause of terrorism. They're called terrorists.
Honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, we saw a sorry spectacle last Wednesday in this House. Liberals and Conservatives once again joined forces to recycle an old, ineffective Liberal Act that attacks the fundamental rights of citizens. S7 will not improve safety for Canadians or security. It will impose abusive measures like detentions without charges and secret interrogations. These measures go against Canadian values and contravene the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It's bizarre. Many boast about the merits of the Charter with the old parties, but when the time comes to defend them, they stay in their respective corners and don't do anything. And that is when they have the courage to be in the House to vote. Blue or red, it's all the same thing. It's the same vote on S7, on the trade agreement with China, and soon on climate change. Canadians deserve better. The only progressive alternative for 2015 is the NDP.
Honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past few years, the leader of the NDP and his troglodytes have had one consistent message. The NDP will raise taxes. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the NDP's 2011 election platform planned to raise taxes by $20 billion alone from their sneaky carbon scheme. Mr. Speaker, the NDP carbon tax grab would raise the price of everything, including gas, food, and electricity, something Northern Ontarians and Canadians alike reject. It gets worse. On top of this job-killing carbon tax, the leader of the NDP wants to impose an additional $56 billion in reckless spending. Wow. I've heard loud and clear from my constituents in the Great Kenora riding. They've asked me and this government to continue to fight against this $20 billion job-killing carbon tax, oppose the $56 billion reckless, unaccounted for, and numberless spending plan. Thank you.
Oral questions, the Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, based on email from the Department of Public Safety, the Conservatives have implemented a policy to require that any meeting between a Member of Parliament and members of the RCMP has to be approved by the Minister of Public Safety. These meetings, and I quote, must first be approved by the Minister's office. Why is the Minister of Public Safety imposing this kind of a policy on the RCMP? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the member is mistaken. Indeed, the RCMP determines and decides what contact it has with parliamentarians and members of the public. This is a decision for the Commissioner. He will be determining that type of communication.
L'interventionnisme et le contrôle abusif.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' interventionism and abuse of control is in addition to a long list of steps they've taken to undermine public confidence in our institutions. They have muzzled scientists, they've intervened directly in financial institutions, now they're attacking the police because they're afraid of the negative consequences. Will they finally put an end to their political control over our CMP activities? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Honourable Member is mistaken. There is no political interference in any of the activities of the RCMP. The police force is managed independently of government, and clearly the Minister of Public Safety at the end of the day is accountable to Parliament. However, those decisions are made by the Commissioner of the RCMP.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. These leaked documents state that if RCMP officials are meeting or even having lunch with parliamentarians, that these meetings, quote, have to first be approved by the Minister's office. This is not an internal matter for the RCMP. This is a question of political interference into the work of police. This is about the Public Safety Minister's office directing members of the RCMP. So will the Minister now ask the RCMP officials to reissue that memo, but remove any mention of protecting the government?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
So let me get this straight, Mr. Speaker. The member doesn't want the government interfering with the RCMP, but now she wants the government directing the Commissioner of the RCMP to do something. That's, again, why no one really takes the NDP seriously on matters of public safety or policing, Mr. Speaker. And the NDP, let's be clear, has been consistently against every single legislative reform proposed by this government to strengthen public security, to keep criminals behind bars, to empower our police forces to do their job to keep Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, Mr. Speaker, how about if the government takes this one seriously? Disturbing information has come to light about developers giving substantial payments to the Manning Centre to support their pro-development candidates. Mayor Nenshi has blown the whistle, saying, quote, "It's very hard for Manning Centre Director Chuck Strahl to say, we had no idea the donors thought that's what they were doing." As Mr. Strahl is also chair of the Security and Intelligence Review Committee and therefore banned from political activity, can the government confirm it is investigating this matter?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, if the member from Edmonton Strathcona has concerns about municipal affairs in Calgary, she should raise those with the appropriate Calgary authorities.
And the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, what we're concerned about is the activities of the Security and Intelligence Review Committee. If they're actually committed to this being nonpartisan, they must take this seriously and not crack jokes. Mr. Speaker, Chuck Strahl is obligated to remove himself from political activity, regardless of what it is. Regarding the Manning Centre, Mayor Nenshi also said, quote, "I'm sure the Canada Revenue Agency is going to have a lot to say about this. With these revelations, will the government agree to look into the political activities of the Manning Centre?"
So just a moment ago, the NDP was asking the government to interfere in management decisions of the RCMP, and now the NDP is asking the government to interfere directly and instruct the Canada Revenue Agency to do particular investigations. The NDP is trying to ask the government to launch particular witch hunts against particular organizations. Mr. Speaker, that would be unlawful, it would be inappropriate, and it's bizarre that the NDP would suggest it.
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian students are out there looking for summer work and they can't find it. The youth employment rate today is 6 points worse than it was 5 years ago, and in fact, last summer's summer job numbers were the worst since Stats Canada started tracking the data in the 1970s. So with so many more young Canadians desperately looking for work this summer, why have the Conservatives cut by half the Canada Summer Jobs program?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Okay. Well, Mr. Speaker, in fact, in Economic Action Plan, the very first one, we increased the amount of funds that were available to the Canada Summer Jobs program. And 2 years ago, we made that increase permanent because we want to help young Canadians get the experience they need for future jobs, but also earn money to help them pay for post-secondary education. Mr. Speaker, this summer, some 36,000 students will benefit from the Canada Summer Jobs program. But in our budget 2013, we've also added funding for several thousand internships to help students get the experience that they need.
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Mr. Speaker, the minister just boasted about 36,000 summer jobs for students. The fact is that back in 2006, that program created 113,000 summer jobs. Government support has gone down, according to the minister's own figures. Government support for summer jobs has gone down under this government. Youth employment numbers are, again, they're 6 points worse than they were 5 years ago. So why are the Conservatives cutting in half the summer jobs program when the situation is so much worse? Why are the Conservatives throwing a generation of young Canadians under the bus, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member's numbers are totally and completely wrong. The fact is that some 36,000 jobs will be created through the Canada Summer Jobs program, but there are other programs within the government that will help young people get experience, get the funding for university that they need, because it's so important that we help them get both of those things for the future career success. That's why, Mr. Speaker, there will be an extra several thousand internships available through the Career Skills Program. Mr. Speaker, if the Liberals are sincere in their desire to help young people, they should support the budget that has these efforts in it.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, we can't support the budget because we're seeing fewer jobs than in 2006, and the Minister didn't respond to that. But the problem we're seeing now is that TD Economics has evaluated at $26 billion the loss that this will represent for the Canadian generation because of the high unemployment rate. $23 billion this will represent with an aging population. Why are the Conservatives giving up on the Canada of the future? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we support young people to help them find jobs, and that is why we put in place the apprenticeship program, for example. 400,000 grants went to young Canadians to help them obtain skills in specialized trades. That's very important for them, and it's very important for our government as well. The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
In the General's 2006 report, we learned that the government was failing to collect $18 billion in taxes. Conservatives promised to fix the problem, but 6 years later they managed to actually make things worse. Now it's $29 billion in uncollected federal taxes. Why are Conservatives clawing back danger pay for soldiers, cutting EI for seasonal workers, and raising taxes on everyday goods for Canadian families while failing to collect $29 billion in uncollected tax debt?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of Canadians pay their taxes on time. In 2011-2012, 94% paid their taxes that was reported. The outstanding tax debt is an inventory of amounts that are known undisputed and are under collection by Canada Revenue Agency. We do take a balanced approach in terms of tax fairness for all Canadians, but not unnecessary hardships in terms of individuals, families. And last year, 2011-2012, we collected $40 billion in unpaid taxes.
Deputy Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac.
Would be much higher, but Monsieur le Président, le mont.
Mr. Speaker, the government's tax debt is huge, and it keeps going up. But instead of strengthening the powers for the Canada Revenue Agency, the Conservatives are forcing cuts through. Over the next 3 years, they will be cutting 3,000 jobs and will be reducing funding for the CRA, which is responsible for collecting taxes, by $300 million. And that makes no sense. When will Conservative backbenchers start asking some real questions about something that... The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Canada Revenue Agency is not laying off tax evasion experts, and these people are, of course, key to battling tax cheats and ensuring fairness for taxpayers. We have moved some positions to allow better coordination between Canada Revenue Agency, RCMP, and of course people now file their taxes electronically, so we don't need as many data managers. But I do call on the NDP. We have some very, very important measures in Economic Action Plan 2013, closing tax loopholes, going over towards those who would evade taxes, and I call on them to support Economic Action Plan 2013.
The Honourable Member for Musquin-Nejet-Témiscouat-les-Basques. The Conservatives are cutting everywhere. However, they're letting $29 billion just simply go up in smoke. Mr. Speaker, when the NDP pointed out the mistake in the budget of 2013, the Conservatives took the tax off the hockey helmets. But there is a huge increase in taxes in budget to 2013. Spring is finally on the way, and Canadians are absolutely disgusted that they will have to be paying more for their gardening equipment, among other things. Will the government finally change these shameful taxes and let Canadians take advantage of the spring?
L'honorable Minister des Finances.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
It's wonderful to be here on a Friday, Mr. Speaker. I just don't know the procedure very well. Our government has reduced taxes for Canadian families for 7 years now. Over 8 budgets, more than 150 tax reductions. Canadian families, on average, are paying about $3,200 less in taxes than they were paying 7.5 years ago. And now we have the NDP with the nerve, including here again this morning, asking for special...
The Honourable Member for Welland.
The Finance Minister, Mr. Speaker, needs to read page 332 of his own budget, and he'll find $333 million in additional tax increases. Mr. Speaker, Canadian families will be paying more to clean up their gardens this spring. Shovels, spades, saws, all more expensive. The tax hike comes as Canadians are grappling with record debt and a slowing economy. Why are the Conservatives making life more affordable for ordinary Canadians who are already having a tough time making ends meet?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the real question is why the NDP want to give special tax breaks to Chinese companies and are opposed to creating jobs here in Canada for Canadian workers, Canadian manufacturers, especially in the Hamilton area and Niagara area where the Honourable Member represents. This is important. 80% of these tariff preferences are for Chinese companies. We want to prefer Canadian workers.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, we still haven't received any explanations from the Minister of Defence as regards the lower danger pay rates for soldiers posted in Mazar-e-Sharif compared to Kabul. The minister is so determined not to accept responsibility for this fiasco that he sent out a press release to say that, no, it's not the fault of the government. So if I understand this correctly, the government's saying that a government decision isn't the government's fault, and he's quoting the government to prove it. When will we see a real or get a real explanation?
Honourable Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect to payment for our courageous soldiers in Mazar-e Sharif, the Minister required that his department take steps to ensure that personnel deployed there will not be penalized for administrative mistake, Mr. Speaker. The question is this: why is the NDP interested in Afghanistan now, after having voted against the mission on several occasions?
So to be clear, the government is not to blame for a government decision and quotes government bureaucrats to prove it. Conservatives are so embarrassed on danger pay they are forcing D&D to send out a press release saying it's not the minister's fault. But the reality is, not only is the minister abdicating his responsibility for his department, he is still refusing to reverse this unfair decision on danger pay. When will the minister agree to reverse this decision and provide danger pay to all troops in Afghanistan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member should know, each mission's hardship and risk levels are set and reviewed at least every 6 months by an arm's-length committee composed of officials from the Canadian Armed Forces with representation from the RCMP and the Treasury Board. Let me repeat that, Mr. Speaker, by officials at arm's length from government. Now, he knows that the government has publicly asked that hardship and risk rates for deployed personnel be reviewed. The statement of the Chief of the Defence Staff is available in both official languages. Happy to table it. It's on the website as well. But, Mr. Speaker, it's curious that the NDP only raises the question of Afghanistan at times when our officials have made a decision they don't like, we don't like it either. After having voted
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives substantially reduced EI without ever considering the impact. Even the Premier of New Brunswick, a Conservative, is calling for a moratorium on these changes until a full impact study is done. And this weekend, thousands of workers will be protesting across the country against these damaging changes to EI. Will the minister listen to the provinces, listen to workers, listen to industry, and reverse these cruel and ill-conceived cuts to EI?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in the past, the parts of the EI system actually discouraged people from working. That was not acceptable. It wasn't fair to those individuals that they be punished for not working. So, Mr. Speaker, we made changes that will make sure that whenever anybody works, they're better off working than not. But we also went further to help connect Canadians with the jobs available in their skill range, in their geographic area, by letting them know about those jobs that are there. Mr. Speaker, if there are no jobs available for people, appropriate jobs, then EI will continue to be there for them as it always has been.
The Honourable Member. The minister, instead of trying to convince us of the merits of her reform, she should listen to workers. It's not just in the Maritimes that people are so angry. In Quebec, people are also opposed to it. There are business communities, mayors and workers. They're all fed up with Conservative attacks. Tomorrow there will be a big demonstration in Montreal. And the department and the minister should consult people and do an impact study. Will she be listening to these comments? Mr. Speaker, we feel that the best way to help people is to help them find another job. And that is what we are doing. Connecting Canadians, Mr. Speaker, with positions that are available in their regions and in their fields is what we're seeking. When they're working, they're better off, Mr. Speaker. If there are no jobs in their regions, EI will continue to be there for them as it always has. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Les-Îles de la Madeleine. I don't think the minister understands the impact of her own reform. It's not just a small minority that's opposing this ill-advised, devastating reform. It's all of Quebec that's converging on Montreal tomorrow. Seasonal workers from my riding, business people from the business community in Montreal, and propaganda letters won't change the reality. Quebecers know that she's dismantling the EI program and that she's attacking lives of many people. They're saying no to that. Will she listen to them, or will she simply ignore this economic reality? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member is mistaken. What we are attempting to do is to connect Canadians where there is a shortage of jobs and to help people who have lost their jobs to obtain the skills they need for available jobs. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is why Budget 2013 has invested in labour market training to give people the skills they need to hold these positions that are in high demand.
Mr. Speaker, the latest example of Orwellian control by this paranoid government is the directive that no RCMP officer may meet with a member of Parliament without written permission from the minister. God forbid that MPs should actually be given the truth. Mr. Speaker, only in paranoid Conservative Canada should the police be forbidden from speaking with the people's representatives. So will this minister choke down his paranoia and reverse his...
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Public Safety.
The Commissioner of the RCMP can meet with whomever he chooses to, when he chooses to, and it's completely appropriate that he approve or at least speak about what future meetings his staff might have. I think all of us may even do the same thing with our staff. Mr. Speaker, if parliamentarians need to or want to meet with RCMP or other officials, the appropriate place for them to do that is in parliamentary committees. If that member has a concern about any RCMP member, they can speak with myself or the Minister of Public Safety. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Order. The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Atlantic Premiers have joined forces to call for a moratorium on changes to EI that they know will be so bad for middle-class families in the Atlantic provinces. The Conservative Premier of New Brunswick, Mr. Alward, is urging the Prime Minister to put an end to these changes because he knows that they are so damaging. Why is this Conservative government not listening to Premier Alward? Why are they attacking families in the Atlantic? The Honourable Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is untrue. The changes to the employment insurance system were put in place to help people find another job because they and their families do better when they are working. Mr. Speaker, we have put in place measures to help them find jobs and to obtain the necessary skills they need for jobs that are in high demand.
Mr. Speaker, Atlantic Canadian premiers are uniting on the need for a moratorium on employment insurance changes which are devastating middle-class families in Atlantic Canada. Conservative Premier Alward in New Brunswick is urging the Prime Minister to put a stop to these changes because they know they'll be devastating. Why is this Conservative government not listening to Premier Alward? Why is it attacking Atlantic Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
What we're doing is just the opposite. Through Budget 2013 and our changes to the EI system, we're actually working to help Canadians in all parts of this country identify and pursue the jobs in their area. And if they don't have the skills for jobs in high demand, then there are things like the Canada Job Grant that will work with industry and the provinces to make sure that Canadians have the skills for the jobs that employers need to have filled.
For Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, today's youth unemployment rate sits at 14.2%, double the national average. The average number of weeks that youth were unemployed has also doubled since 2006 from 7 to 14 weeks. While Conservatives have been congratulating themselves, Canada's young people have fallen farther and farther behind. Young Canadians are paying the price for Conservative mismanagement. Will the Finance Minister explain why he is ignoring the unemployment crisis facing young Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in fact, Canada does have one of the lowest youth unemployment rates in the developed world. That being said, we want to do more. That's why this year's budget includes investments in things like the Canada Job Grant that will help all Canadians, including young Canadians, get the skills that they need for jobs the industry actually is looking to have filled. Mr. Speaker, there are also funds in there for thousands of internships that will help young people who've graduated and haven't been able to find a job get the experience that they need for a long-term career. The NDP should support our efforts to help young people get to work.
The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Well, unlike Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, we would never leave young people out of the recovery, as this Finance Minister and HRSDC Minister have.
Even though the minister doesn't take this seriously, young Canadians are living through a terrible crisis. Imagine, in September 2006, 1,900 young people had been unemployed for over a year, but today this number has exploded. 13,000 young people are in the same situation. Why does the minister continue to deny that there's a problem when everything points to the fact that young Canadians are going through a terrible economic crisis? Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, there are some 400,000 grants for apprentices that have been distributed since we've been in government. Mr. Speaker, that is for people in specialized trades that are where there is a great need across Canada. Unfortunately, the NDP didn't support any of our efforts to connect these young people with positions that are available. They should support the budget if they really want to help students. The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the Conservatives do not care about the future of young Aboriginals either. There's nothing in the 2013 budget to compensate for the underfunding of 30% of First Nations schools, and in addition, the Conservatives are preventing these students from using the funds received under the post-secondary student support program for their quality educational activities. Why is the minister getting this program instead of offering young Aboriginals the tools that they need? The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the member has not been informed about the programs that are there to support Aboriginal students across the country, not only with regard to the post-secondary student support program, but also the initiative that we have launched to give the country a national piece of legislation that will give all Aboriginal students in our First Nations the means to obtain results and educational governance that will give them the jobs they want.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about lack of information here, but lack of will. The Conservatives are putting the Indian Studies Support Program in jeopardy. They're telling institutions that they can't use federal dollars to pay for day-to-day activities like rent or salaries. And this is with only 3 days' notice. It's simply unacceptable. These programs have been one of the biggest success stories in providing Indigenous students with the skills training that they need to participate in our economy. Why is the government changing this program when everyone agrees that Indigenous education is a priority?
And the Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker.
The changes that I suspect he is referring to is a better targeting of financial resources to ensure that these programs ensure that Aboriginal youth in Canada are better connected with available jobs, that these youth can get the skills, the life skills, the education they need to access those jobs. Now, if the NDP oppose these measures, let them stand on it.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has always believed in sending a clear message. Violence against women, wherever it occurs, cannot be tolerated. But women on reserves are being abused and victimized without the protections they need. Aboriginal women have also been kicked out of their homes with nowhere to go. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministers for the Status of Women please tell the House what our government is doing to protect thousands of Aboriginal women on reserves?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the hard-working member from Oxford for his very good question. We have introduced matrimonial property rights legislation that will finally allow judges to enforce emergency protection orders that save lives and protect women from violence. Aboriginal women and even the United Nations have been calling for this for many years. But shockingly, the Liberal leader has instructed his caucus to vote against this protection. If he truly wanted to listen to the United Nations, he would support this bill. I am proud to say that our Conservative government continues to stand up for the rights of Aboriginal women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the NDP is extremely concerned by the allegations that chemical weapons are being used in Syria. If this is true, then those actions would amount to a major violation of international and humanitarian laws. The international community would be obliged to bring the guilty parties to justice. Will the government stop its usual rhetoric against the United Nations and join the rest of the world in calling on the United Nations to investigate these allegations?
Okay, the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as that member will know, our government is providing real leadership on this issue through a credit of up to $2 million to the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons to conduct just such a study as the one she's referring to. We are very concerned with these reports and remain in close contact with our allies. The use of chemical weapons on the people of Syria would be heinous and contrary to international law.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, it's very reassuring because the Conservatives too often ignore the role of the United Nations as an important contributor to international peace and security. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Security Council unanimously approved a resolution concerning peacekeeping operations in Mali. The purpose of this mission is to support a political process in a friendly nation that is grappling with radical elements, terrorism, and ethnic divisions. Will Canada participate in this peacekeeping mission, or will it once again turn the United Nations down? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, Canada was proud to support the French efforts in ensuring that Mali does not become a sanctuary for international terrorists and for reinforcing the security in the region. Our Canadian forces will continue to work jointly with their French colleagues in that regard, and we will answer to requests if there are any, but Canada does not consider and will not consider any kind of military presence in Mali.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canada is now the #1 country who is rejecting the opportunities for supporting Mali, actually, because when you look at it, we're number 57th when it comes to supporting peacekeeping missions in the world. So, Mr. Speaker, we really have to see this government be more serious when it comes to Mali and becomes more serious about peacekeeping. Mr. Speaker, now that the UN has created a peacekeeping mission focused primarily on overseeing the political process, we now see this government dithering in terms of its support for the United Nations. This is after this government said they were going to support political stability before. How can they explain these contradictions, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As that member knows, our government has been dealing with our allies with respect to Mali. Canada supported the French troops with the provision of a C-17, which is still happening in Mali. We're monitoring the situation closely, and with respect to the UN, we're supporting the UN mission to investigate questions of use of chemical weapons in Syria. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Ottawa Centre.
I guess I would just say that it's irresponsible that this government is actually not engaging with the UN more. It seems to have an ideological objection to working with the UN, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the alleged use of chemical weapons in Syria amounts to a major violation of international and humanitarian laws. This government failed to join the rest of the world to unequivocally condemn the use of cluster munitions in Syria. It failed to deliver aid to Turkey, which is dealing with the refugee crisis, and it refuses to meet with the Syrian Canadian community. So, Mr. Speaker, why can't this government engage with the UN and our partners when it comes to the crisis in Syria?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as that member knows well, and as I mentioned earlier, our government was amongst the first nations in the world to raise the issue of use of chemical weapons in Syria, to speak out strongly against it. In fact, our government went the extra mile to provide $2 million to the Organization for the Prevention of the Use of Chemical Weapons to do an investigation at the UN request in Syria, and we met in Netherlands 2 weeks ago with Secretary General Ban Ki-moon on just that topic. We're supporting that mission. We hope it proceeds as soon as possible.
Member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, an internal letter on fleet separation from Conservative Senator Stephen Green is absolutely shocking.
It is.
The Conservative Senator says that fleet separation is responsible for a culture of dependence in Atlantic Canada and the acceptance of massive EI fraud as part and parcel of a way of life. This is absolutely offensive to everybody involved in the fishery and to all Atlantic Canadians. Will the Prime Minister apologise for his Senator's shameful statements?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. He'll know that our government has been very clear on this issue, that we are in support of our program to preserve the independence of the inshore fishermen in Atlantic Canada, primarily through the owner-operator and fleet separation policies, and on September 21st, the Minister made that very clear that those policies are not going to change.
Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, fleet separation provides over 30,000 jobs in the Atlantic inshore fishery and keeps hundreds of coastal communities alive. If Senator Green got his way, these jobs would disappear and we would be left with ghost towns all across Atlantic Canada. It would be a disaster for the east coast of this country. I ask again, will the Prime Minister condemn and apologise to Atlantic Canadians for his Senator's shameful statements?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We don't always agree, this member and I, but we often do. And on this issue, we agree that these are important policies and they're not going to change.
Hear, hear.
Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin.
Okay. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, communities across Canada are concerned about firearms being smuggled into Canada to fuel criminal violence. But instead of increasing border safety, the Conservatives have cut hundreds of border agent positions from the Canada Border Services Agency. They're reducing the sniffer dog teams. They're reducing intelligence cells that are responsible for monitoring organized crime. Will the Conservatives recognize that their cuts are putting public safety at risk?
Once again, Mr. Speaker, the opposition is completely wrong. They think if they keep repeating an inaccurate statement that it will stick. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not true. In fact, our government has increased frontline border officers by 26% since we came into office. As well, Mr. Speaker, we are giving not only frontline officers at the border, but around the country the tools that they need, whether it's enhancing RCMP accountability so they can be modernized and have more funds. Or the other day, Mr. Speaker, when we supported and when we passed Bill S7, which gives law enforcement the ability to fight terrorist activity. Mr. Speaker, the NDP voted against every one of those initiatives.
And the Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the fact is last year's budget did cut our frontline agents at the border, and we're all paying the price in community safety. Last Sunday, armed robbers shot 2 people in a bank robbery in my riding. And last night, another man was killed by gunfire in Scarborough. Mr. Speaker, 70% of the guns Toronto police seize are smuggled in from the United States. When will the Conservatives realize that cutting border services and failing to address gun smuggling is putting public safety at risk?
The Honourable Prime Secretary, the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, again, that member is wrong. We've increased frontline officers. Now, what we did is we did cut a $1 million slush fund that the unions had at the Border Security, their union, and that is something, Mr. Speaker, that we're very proud of. We cut $1 million. But, Mr. Speaker, when we've introduced legislation, whether it's to make it an offence for smuggling arms into this country or mandatory minimum sentences for gun crimes, any tools we give the police and law enforcement, whether it's financial or legislative, the NDP vote against.
For Northumberland, Quinte West.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are concerned about crime, particularly violent and brutal murders which involve sexual assault and kidnapping. The justice system should do all it can to specifically denounce society's worst crimes. Yesterday, the member for Selkirk-Interlake received the government's support for his legislation which would ensure victims are not re-victimized by the justice system with repeat parole hearings. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice please inform this House how Bill C-478, the Respecting Families of Murdered and Brutalized Persons Act, further complements our government's support for victims?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Speaker, permit me to thank the Honourable Member for Northumberland Quinte West for his great question and, of course, for his great contribution and work on the Public Safety Committee. Mr. Speaker, this legislation will give the judges discretion to increase parole ineligibility periods for the most violent and brutal murderers in Canada. We think the judges should have this discretion. Unfortunately, the NDP do not. Last night, the NDP indicated that they will oppose this bill. This is very disappointing, but not surprising. After all, this is the same party that voted against repealing the Fate HoC clause. We will vote in favour of this bill because it's the right thing to do for victims of these horrible crimes. Mr. Speaker, the NDP should do the same.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, processing times for citizenship has been an absolute and total disaster under this Minister of Immigration. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, we have been challenging the government and this minister to take action on this front. Finally, in committee yesterday, we got a commitment from the minister. He's now established the Liberal idea of a 12-month target in terms of processing citizenship. Well, Mr. Speaker, my question now to the minister is, can he give us an indication as to when he is going to implement that good, sound Liberal idea of 12 months?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship.
Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate the member from Winnipeg because the first question he's asked on immigration in weeks, he manages to get at the end of question period on a Friday. That just shows how important the Liberals regard, how much the Liberals regard immigration matters. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals never achieved a 12-month wait processing time on citizenship applications. They left behind a massive backlog, just like they left behind a backlog of nearly 900,000 applications for permanent residency, with people waiting for 7 to 8 years. Just like they doubled the right of, they imposed a $1,000 right of landing fee, and they froze settlement funding for newcomers. Their record was one of an abysmal failure on immigration, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, in terms of trade, we have no idea where this government is going. In 2007, the Conservatives has signed memorandums of understanding with Quebec and Ontario to develop a strategy on the Continental Gateway and Trade Corridor. 6 years later, we're still waiting for this strategy. The Prime Minister was supposed to announce it on several occasions, but he postponed it every time. Mr. Speaker, how much longer will we have to wait before finding out what the Conservatives intend to do? When will they ratify this agreement? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Support from the NDP party on trade. We'd be happy to have their support on any portion of our trade policy. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, our gateway policy has allowed for gateways in Central Canada, on the West Coast, on the East Coast, that's helping to pursue Canadian trade opportunities abroad, and every time that member and that party votes against those opportunities.
Member for Prince George, Peace River.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all watched yesterday as the two opposition parties seemed to debate whose environmental policies were worse for our government and our country. The Liberals plan that actually increased GHG emissions by 30% over their 13 years in government, and the NDP plan of $21 billion carbon tax that would actually ruin our economy. Can the Minister of Environment please tell this House just how many megatons of emission reductions these failed schemes would actually reduce?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Prince George, Peace River, for an excellent question. And the answer, Mr. Speaker, is very simple. Absolutely none. Not a single megaton of greenhouse gases. He's quite right. The previous Liberal government paid mere lip service to climate change, while greenhouse gases increased under their term by fully 30%. The only thing the NDP leader's plan would reduce is jobs and economic prosperity. Absolutely. We are, Mr. Speaker, the first Canadian government to actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
The Honourable Member for Jean-Lebert. Mr. Speaker, immigration is an important issue for the vitality of our Francophone and Acadian communities outside Quebec. Consultations by the Minister of Immigration with this community are essential. Over a year ago, the Canadian Federation of Francophones and Acadians for over a year now, they've been trying to meet with the Minister, but the meeting has been postponed 3 times. Will the Minister pledge to meet with the Federation as soon as possible? Honourable Minister of Immigration. Yes.
Honourable Deputy to Richmond, North Athabasca.
Honourable Member for Richmond, North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, in February, the Minister of Human Resources refused to see that there were problems with the EI reform, and all she said was, we're going to monitor the progress of the program, and if there's a need for changes, we will make adjustments. And yet, every time workers and employers demonstrate, whether it be in Sherbrooke, in Rimouski, Saguenay, Trois-Rivières, or Thetford Mines, no Conservative member ever shows up to note the devastating impact that this reform is having on all Quebec communities. Will the Minister attend the march tomorrow in Montreal, where she will see that her reform needs major adjustments?
Honourable Ministre des Ressources Humaines.
Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, the changes to the program are in order to help people find jobs and to make sure that they're better off when they work than when they don't. Mr. Speaker, there is a shortage of workers in several parts of our country, but also in many sectors of the labor force, even in regions where the unemployment rate is high. Mr. Speaker, we are offering Canadians access to training so that they can prepare themselves for the openings that will be in high demand.
Today, I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Mike Nixon, Minister of Justice and of Tourism and Culture and Attorney General for the Yukon. I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Daniel Suchak, Minister of Justice for Nunavut and Minister responsible for Nunavut Arctic College. Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
And the petition I have today says that whereas Canada is a nation that has long promised the right to equal protection, equal benefit of the law, whereas preventing the birth of baby girls through sex-selective abortions is an affront to the dignity and equality of women and girls, and whereas sex-selective abortions have denied millions of girls in Canada and throughout the world the chance to be born merely because they are girls, therefore we call upon the House of Commons and Parliament Assembly to condemn discrimination against girls through sex-selective abortion and do all it can to prevent sex-selective abortions being carried out in Canada.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to table 2 petitions from residents of Edmonton, Sherwood Park and Devon. The petitioners wish to draw to the attention of the House their concerns with the government's practice of introducing 400-plus page omnibus bills, and through those bills to fundamentally transform Canadian life, cutting old age security, EI and healthcare funding, gutting environmental laws, and so forth. They call on the Government of Canada to halt this practice of introducing omnibus legislation to avoid democratic accountability to Canadians.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present a petition from constituents who are concerned about herbicide-tolerant genetically modified alfalfa, and they call upon Parliament to impose a moratorium on the release of genetically modified alfalfa in order to allow proper review of the impact on farmers in Canada.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There are hundreds of people on Hamilton Mountain engaged in the fight to save public health care and to ensure access to high-quality health services wherever they live. In particular, the petitioners are really concerned about needing a pan-Canadian prescription drug strategy, about high-quality home and long-term care services, about the need for a pan-Canadian health human resources strategy, and, of course, the need for improved living conditions, including access to food, housing, and a living wage. As a result, the petitioners are calling on the government to fully cooperate with the provinces and territories to negotiate a new health accord by 2014 that improves health care services through stronger federal leadership, backed by long-term and stable health care funding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
very much, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 petitions to present today, all of them on issues relating to fundamental human rights. The first is a petition from members of my riding to the House of Commons requesting that the Government of Canada be urged to condemn the Chinese Communist regime's symptomatic murder of Falun Gong practitioners through forced live organ harvesting. The second is a petition again from members of my riding and surrounding areas to ask that the House condemn discrimination against females occurring during sex-selective pregnancy termination, noting that millions of girls have been lost through sex-selective abortion, creating global gender imbalance, causing girls to be trafficked into prostitution. And the third to the same effect, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present 3 petitions from my riding of Pontiac that are opposed to the ill-thought-out reform of this government on employment insurance, including the new definitions of an appropriate job and also the deadlines in order to become claimant.
Petitions, the honourable member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present 2 petitions today, one on the Shelterville Prairie program that's planted 610 million trees since 1901 and is under great jeopardy because of the defunding by the federal government. The petitioners call on the government to refund that program so that indeed the continuation of millions of trees can be planted on the prairies. The second one calls on the government to continue the moratorium on GM alfalfa until we indeed have done an impact study as to the impacts across the farm community and across farmers, primarily organic farmers, but all farmers, and they call on this government to have a moratorium until that impact study is completed.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Prince George Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to present this petition from some British Columbians. We, the undersigned citizens of Canada, acknowledge the current impaired driving laws are too lenient. In the interest of public safety, we as the citizens of Canada want to see tougher laws and the implementation of new mandatory minimum sentencing for those persons convicted of impaired driving causing death. We also want the Criminal Code of Canada to be changed to redefine the offence of impaired driving causing death as vehicular manslaughter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, questions Q 1220, 1221, and 1222 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that questions number 1220, 1221, and 1222 be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Yes. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Finally, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. So ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate on second reading of Bill C-54, the Non-Criminally Responsible Reform Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to say first that I'll be splitting my time in my debate. Make sure I start my clock here so I wanted to do that. Thank you. So I'll be speaking to Bill C-54, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the National Defence Act. So just to say from the outset that we support investigating this topic and we'll vote for this proposal to move the committee for study. Before I move along further, I'd really like to thank the MP for Gatineau for her work on this file and on many, many other files. I know the Public Safety and Justice Committees are some of the busiest here in the House of Commons, and she does great work along with my benchmate on these topics. So from a broad perspective, this is a very difficult issue for victims, families, and communities in general. It's probably one of the most difficult issues any community must face, what to do when a member of that community is accused of perpetrating a heinous act, but is found by professional evaluation not to be in their right mind. So what do we do with these individuals? And that's really what we're trying to get to grips with here. The sad truth is I don't think there's ever any way that we'll ever make a perfect decision. What we really have to do is try to figure out how to manage this in the best way possible and mostly try to make sure that we don't make things worse than they already are. So So again, these, of course, we have to think of the victims first. We have to think of public safety, but then we also have to think of the broader communities in these senses, and to say, well, what's the best thing we can do to make sure that the community itself comes out as well as it can at the end of these, when we're dealing with these types of sad issues. There is one bright spot on this, perhaps we can call it a bright spot on this awful topic, Mr. Speaker, is that through our health and social scientists, criminologists, psychologists, psychiatrists, we probably know more about this issue than we've ever known in the past. So my mind drifts back to the kind of asylums of the 19th century, where people that were of healthy-minded body were incarcerated along with those that were criminally insane. And I think we've gone well past that, Mr. Speaker, knowing a lot more about the causes of these mental shortcomings by the perpetrators of these acts, and also what to do to help victims recover. So I do think that through the good research of our professionals in this area, we actually probably are better equipped to deal with this problem than we ever have been in the past. And really, it's this wealth of information that we have that should be used to help us make the best possible decisions in this area. So really, this is why we're supporting this to come to committee, is because I think we need to have a reasoned and rational discussion. We need to bring in as many experts to try to stay away from some of the partisan. Sometimes, parties are guilty of bringing in partisan witnesses to these committees, and I would say we should probably resist that. We should probably try to bring in the best experts we can in this area to try to have a real reasoned discussion about what we should do in these cases, and to evaluate the proposals that are being made in this particular bill. So really, I urge the government to listen to a wide range of experts when it comes to this, when this comes to committee, inevitably does, and take the time to get it right. So in addition to the experts, Mr. Speaker, the psychologists, psychiatrists, criminologists, we should also make sure that we take time to, often the people that are affected by these awful crimes are also from marginalized communities. So we should make sure we hear from these community leaders, including First Nations, Mr. Speaker. My mind is always drawn to the awful events in British Columbia, whether it's Clifford Robert Olson or perhaps Willie Picton, others that, there are a lot of members in the community that were affected by these awful crimes, by others that are found, to be mentally deficient, and that's why they're perpetrating or involved in these crimes. And we should make sure that we talk to the communities that are most affected, because they are the ones who now have the experience of working through how to heal from these awful events. What's more, Mr. Speaker, is that when we go to committee, we also have to be mindful that our actions are bound by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The Charter of Rights establishes clear boundaries within which our laws must fall. So we should take care that we don't put new laws into place that clearly violate the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We should make sure that in addition to criminologists and psychologists, psychiatrists, community members, when they come to committee, we should also make sure that we do the due diligence and consultation to make sure that the laws we're bringing in don't violate any aspects of the Charter. So from our perspective, then, the public safety must come first on this issue, and we need to help the victims as much as possible. But we have to make sure that we're abiding by our primary law. Now, I realize I'm splitting my time, so I have, I think I have 4 minutes in total left. So I should probably leave it to my honourable friend to finish up, or to... Oh, then she... Oh, I see, I'm splitting it. Great, okay, thanks. So I'll continue on. Okay. So the issue at hand here is we're considering what to do when an accused is discharged, and increasing notification to victims and their families. This seems a reasonable thing to consider. And if passed, review boards would be able to issue non-communication orders with victims. Again, this seems to be something to keep as much distance between, again, the accused or somebody that's considered not criminally responsible, and give the victims as much time as possible to recover. It should, even if, of course, there's no contact between these individuals, just the peace of mind that this might bring to a victim is in itself very well worth considering. The bill would also create a new category of high-risk accused, and the review boards would have an option to triple the length of time between reviews from 12 to 36 months. And again, Mr. Speaker, I do think what we've done here, moving away from kind of mandatory decisions that are imposed on judges to allow the legal system to really consider these cases in great detail. I'm just conscious, Mr. Speaker, of some statistics I was reading about the from Mr. Chris Somerville, the Alliance Facilitator and Chief Executive Officer of the Schizophrenia Society of Canada. He says, quote, in Canada's most popular province, Ontario, only 0.001% of individuals charged with criminal code violations were adjudicated not criminally responsible for their actions. So we are talking about a very, very small number of people that this law will eventually affect. So we have to make sure that we're also taking that into consideration. And I do think too we should really take care that when we're making the considerations about these and other types of similar bills, that we really don't try to hype up this issue at all. As well documented in Canada, crime rates have fallen dramatically. That's both violent crimes and crimes against property have fallen over the last couple of decades. So while it's important to get these laws right, we do not want this type of debate to make the public think that somehow crime is spiraling out of control. Of course, the victims that are affected by the current crimes, we really have to do as much as we can to help them through these things. But as most Canadians' public opinion will show, are more concerned about the economy, for example, than spiraling crime rates. So while it's good to get these things right through reasoned debate, it shouldn't be used as an excuse to really try to scare the public into thinking that crime is really is at a higher rate than it has been in the previous decades, because it isn't. So, Mr. Speaker, just as I'm looking through my notes here, we think that this, what we want to discuss is, when this comes to committee, is the idea that public safety must come first. But any laws that we do change must comply with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We're open to change and ensure that the way in which cases are handled involving mentally disordered accused persons is effective in terms of treatment as well. And I do note that in the bill, this in no way should affect treatment, but we do have to make sure there is a treatment in order to make sure that the whole community is considered when we're putting these kinds of motions forward. So I thank you for your time here, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to questions.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Marc-Aurèle.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, in theory, should help us to help victims. What's important is to know whether the resources will be there. This is particularly important. It can't be just a piece of legislation. We would appreciate this bill, which has good components, be a usable tool on the front lines. Does my distinguished colleague have any guarantees for us on this level?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's an excellent question. I thank my colleague for these and other excellent questions he asked in the House. I think this could be a perfect thing to consider on committee, is to actually fully cost this bill, and actually not just say how much it's going to cost in total, but who will bear the costs. So there is some thought that the provincial governments will bear some of the costs of these changes. They should also be consulted and perhaps brought into committee as well to discuss if they're willing or not to go forward with this. But again, in principle, these are good. This is a good bill, but we need to get these details right. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very important for us to recognize that many pieces of legislation that we do pass out of the House of Commons does have a cost ramification on the different levels of government. In particular, with this particular bill, you're dealing with two issues, the one of our institutions, the other of mental illness, both of which will have substantial costs for the provinces and their Treasury Board. There is this expectation that the government, prior to bringing in the legislation, would have done some form of consultation with those the stakeholders to get a better sense in terms of what those cost ramifications are. The member, my colleague from Mount Royal, raised earlier in speaking to this bill or bills of similar nature that we need to get more information from the government in terms of some of the preparatory work that is done in order to be able to evaluate and make good decisions on it. And one of his colleagues earlier made reference to that important issue, having the facts on the table. I wonder if he might want to provide comment in terms of how important it is that government, when it brings forward legislation, that it bring back the stats and the facts so that politicians can make good decisions.
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Well, I thank the member for his question. Again, this is why we're supporting this bill going through in second reading. It would be good if the government was more straightforward with costs, so we're finding deficiencies all over the place in that respect. In fact, I was just on committee the other day asking about science budgets, and I'm finding that the information that the government is providing is not doesn't actually reflect what's happening on that file. So this is a constant disappointment for us that we don't get costing up front, but hopefully in this committee study the government will see fit to this, or perhaps we can ask the parliamentary budget officer to help out. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine.
The honourable member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. They're very interesting. Now, I'm wondering if in his riding people have talked about this bill and what they think about it. In their view, should we be supporting it?
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Well, thank you for the question. And really, in my riding, crime is in any community is something that's talked about. I have very good meetings, although I'm not sure I'm allowed to anymore. I do have very good meetings with the RCMP in my riding. And we do talk about how to strengthen the community, but what we're talking about here is an extraordinary circumstance. Again, these are very, very small segment of the population to which this bill will impact. So it's not, we do talk about these horrific cases. Luckily, we haven't had one in our community although again, the missing women inquiry did look at Burnaby to some extent because we had some traffic through from Vancouver to Coquitlam through my riding. So, but luckily we haven't had an issue other than that to talk about. So generally we talk about it, and I'm sure my community will support looking at this in a reasoned way.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to have this opportunity to speak to Bill C-54, which amends the Criminal Code and the National Defence Act. This bill deals with people who are deemed not criminally responsible for mental disorders, and this bill, more specifically, is designed to change the regime for mental disorders, which determines whether a person is fit or unfit to stand trial. This bill will change the legislative framework that applies under the Criminal Code and the National Defence Act in order to clarify that public safety is the paramount consideration in the decision-making process. It creates a mechanism to foresee situations where certain people receive a verdict of not criminally responsible for mental disorders, be declared high-risk accused people. It also will make some technical or administrative changes. This bill contains provisions which are designed to change the way cases of individuals not criminally responsible are examined. The review board must first think about public safety, first and foremost. At the time of discharge, obligations for notification will be increased to protect victims and their families. The commissions or the examination committees will be able to issue non-communication orders with victims. And the bill will create a new category for high-risk accused, which will be designated by the court. The examination committee will have the choice, and not the obligation, to triple or not the duration of time of the examination from 12 to 36 months. This will limit community visits for the accused, which are deemed high risk, and will outline release conditions. It is a question of 3 amendments which give priority to public safety, to create a statement of an accused who is not criminally responsible and high risk, and to increase the participation of witnesses. As regards a priority for public safety, legislative changes contained in the bill will make public safety a predominant concern before the courts and during the decision-making processes for the examination committee relating to people who are not criminally responsible or unfit to stand a trial. As for the naming of an accused as not criminally responsible and high risk, the Act would amend the criminal code to contain a process for that. If an accused is not criminally responsible and is at high risk and will be declared, given that designation, if he's been found not criminally responsible of serious personal injury offenses. People who would find themselves in this category would be unable to obtain a pardon, would not be authorized for leave without an escort into the community, and would have extremely limited opportunities for leave with an escort. This will be a way of clarifying the fact that the accused can obtain restrictions if he represents a danger for public safety, but not necessarily one that is violent in nature. The third aspect of the amendments in the bill deal with increasing the participation of witnesses. It increases safety of witnesses by offering them an opportunity to participate in the regime for mental disorders in the criminal code. Victims would have an opportunity to receive notification if an accused is released. In addition, communication bans between the accused and the victim would be outlined. Finally, the safety of victims would be taken into account in cases where decisions are made on the accused. While these provisions would contribute to ensuring consistency between interpretation and application of the law throughout the country, there are some questions with respect to the repercussions of this legislation Canada-wide. The provinces must not be saddled with paying the costs of this policy. As you can see, several provisions in this bill are such that it's important to point out the issues surrounding this highly difficult question for victims, families, and communities. Public safety must be protected, and it must at the same time respect rule of law and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. First of all, it's important to look at how we can assist victims in this process, which is an integral part of all issues when we need to take into account changes to legislation. So yes, we do support this bill with the view to considering it in greater detail at committee. In order to shed light on this bill, it will be necessary to call experts on mental health, victims, and from the provinces as part of our approach. It's not simply playing political games, but to take an honest look at the merits of this type of policy. In the context of the media coverage of certain crimes that are well known to the public, we must not seek to try to increase the public fear with respect to increasing the preconceived ideas which are unpleasant that people have with respect to mental illness. That would be counterproductive and would not help to increase public safety. It would simply worsen the situation with respect to reintegration of these individuals. As I said earlier, public safety must be a priority, as is respect for the rule of law and the Canadian Charter. Having said that, it's of the utmost importance as part of this bill to ensure that the way in which we manage the cases of accused who suffer from mental disorders is effective. This bill must be based on consultation and collaboration with mental health specialists. Our legal system, as well as our mental health care system, must be effective and work together. We will need to rely on the opinions of mental health experts. Some people have already expressed reservations with respect to this bill. In addition, there are costs that must be taken into account. All costs stemming directly from crime in Canada are already a great burden for the provinces. We can't increase this burden without ensuring that the provinces have the necessary resources, which is not clearly the case. According to Chris Somerville, the Canadian Schizophrenia Society head, in Ontario, only 0.001% of individuals accused of offences under the Criminal Code are deemed not criminally responsible because of mental disorders. In addition, the repeat offence rate for individuals who are not criminally responsible is between 2.5 and 7.5%, whereas the repeat offender rate for federal offenders is between 41 and 44%. Clearly, the gravity of a crime committed does not correspond to the offender's probability of reoffending. Mr. Speaker, the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health, which would be looking after these cases in Ontario, is already running a 104% occupation rate at this time. And that brings us back to the issue of the cost to be borne by the provinces. We must ensure that the provinces have adequate financial means because they will be in charge of managing the situation. The federal government has a responsibility to fund this policy adequately. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in summary, we agree with the spirit of this bill, but the government must not attempt to exploit this issue in order to score political points. On the contrary, this is a bill that requires attentive consideration in committee to determine all aspects contained in it. As I have a minute left, I'd like to say that this is a very difficult issue for families, victims, and the community. Clearly, public safety must take precedence, and we must also respect the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. When we talk about mental health, regardless of the way we speak about it, we must be careful to not worsen the preconceived ideas people have about people with mental disorders. That's very clear. And if we have an opportunity to meet with the mental health experts, that is very important. We must also consult others as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech, especially as it regards the defense of victims. All too often, Mr. Speaker, those people who are often forgotten about, and they suffer a great deal. Mental illness is also very difficult for people who experience it. People don't look for mental disease, mental illness. I'd like my colleague to tell us if or how, in fact, we can support people with mental disorders, how we can help them in the context of this type of legislation if it were to be amended and adopted. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Clearly, there are a number of factors that need to be taken into account. Someone who has a mental illness is a difficult situation for him or her, but also for his or her friends and loved ones. It would perhaps be a good idea to consult experts who could provide their views and to consult victims, as I said earlier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for her presentation on this issue, which is, the more we dig into it, I think the more we find things that are about this bill that are not quite as easy to deal with as most people found criminally responsible are not subject to trials right now. That are found not criminally responsible. They're a result of agreements that are made between the courts and the lawyers. Now, with the defendant facing 3 years in confinement before being eligible for a hearing, may just simply decide to go to trial and be put in jail if they're found guilty, which they probably, there's likelihood of that happening. The recidivism rate for mentally people with mental disorders who commit crimes who go to jail is some exponential figure higher than those that are treated outside of jail. How do you think this is going to play out in the long term? If is this going to work to our favor in cost, in the ability to protect society with such a high rate of recidivism among those that actually end up going to jail?
Before I go to the member from Montcalm, just remind all honourable members to direct their comments and questions to the chair rather than to their colleagues. L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member from Montcalm. I thank my colleague for his question. Naturally, as I was saying earlier, in cases with mental disorders, mental illness, the recidivism rate is low. Now we need to be cautious and not create more preconceived ideas that these people face. I think that naturally people with mental illness and mental disorders are already suffering a great deal. So I think that it would be important to proceed with consultations of experts and witnesses before moving ahead. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Gaspésie and les Îles de la Madeleine. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very carefully to my colleague, who works very hard in her riding. I congratulate her on that. I'd like to talk about the burden that will be borne by the provinces. Now, if this process if we add to it, the provinces will bear the brunt of it. Now, we support sending this bill to committee so that we can hear from witnesses and debate it there. Would it be important to have the provinces appear before the committee with respect to the burden that they would be required to bear? The honourable member for Montcalm. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think that if we're going to be passing this burden on to the provinces, then the first question we need to ask is whether or not the provinces have the financial resources necessary to support it. The best way of determining that would be to call in experts from the provinces to see if they have the financial resources they require.
For Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just getting a little bit set up here. I have wanted to speak to this bill for a little while now, and it's really important to the folks at home in Halifax. It's really important to me. It is really important because of an incident that happened not too long ago in my community. Last April, Halifax was shaken to its core with the news of a death in our community. And I was at home listening to the radio that morning and heard that a man was murdered on Gottingen Street in the early morning hours, not too far away from my community office, just steps away, in fact. And I went to work that morning and saw the police tape, and I don't know what exactly I hoped for, because, I don't know, what do you hope? Do you hope that it's not someone you know? Does that make it better somehow? Do you hope that there isn't more bad news? I don't know what I was hoping for, but I certainly was hopeful that morning. And then I got a phone call from my friend Scott with the worst possible news, that the victim was our friend Raymond Tovel. So Raymond had left a bar across the street in the early morning hours, and he had left that bar, and right across the street was there was a fight between two men, and Raymond tried to intervene in that fight, and one of the men beat Raymond to death. Raymond Tavel was a community activist, and he was an advocate. He worked on a range of issues to make our community better, to make our community stronger. He was very active in Fair Vote Canada. He really, really believed in democracy, but he also believed that our parliamentary democracy could be improved. He was very passionate about things like proportional representation, for example. He made sure people voted. Even in high school, he grew up in Sault Ste. Marie, and even in high school, he was a member of the Model Parliament, and he was so passionate about this democracy that we have. He was a queer rights activist. He wrote for Waves, which is actually, I think, how I met Raymond, because he would do a lot of articles for Waves, which is our Nova Scotia queer issues magazine. And he covered all kinds of different things in that magazine, and showed how what was happening in our community related to the broader issues in the rainbow community, and vice versa, quite frankly. He worked for the Shambhala Sun, a magazine, Shambhala Buddhist magazine, that's actually printed or created in Halifax. And he was at everything. Some people lead by being at the podium and having the megaphone in their hand, and other people lead by being there, by helping to pass out the flyers, by pointing to your friends and community members and saying, hey, you should come to this. Hey, this is important. You need to be there. And he was incredibly special. Raymond was a big pain in my backside, a lot. He wrote me emails, even though he, was a big fan of mine and supported me in the election. He wrote me emails when I was doing things that he didn't agree with, and he took me to task on all kinds of stuff. And he said, hey, Megan, this action that's happening, this rally that's happening, this gathering, it's important. You need to be there. And he was there. He was there for us in our community. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, this is really, I didn't think that it would be as emotional as I'm finding it, because it has been a year. It has been a year. So what happened? Raymond intervened in this fight, and he was murdered, and then the news came out, and we didn't know what had gone on, but then we found out that a man had been charged named Andre Noel Denny. Andre Noel Denny is a troubled man, a very troubled man who has had a troubling past. He has been charged with many crimes, aggravated sexual assault, property destruction. I don't actually remember what the charge is, having to do with cruelty to animals. And he was found not criminally responsible. And so he was, the judge at the time ruled that the best thing for Mr. Denny was for him to have treatment at the East Coast Forensic Hospital in Dartmouth. So he was there, and then eventually he was found fit to stand trial, but then was found not criminally responsible for all of those charges against him. So during his time at East Coast Forensic, on April 16th, I guess, he was given a leave, a pass. It was just, I think it was a 2-hour pass for him to leave the hospital. And he did leave the hospital, and he was out in our community, and he didn't come back that evening. And that's the night that Raymond was murdered. This issue is so real in our community right now. On the night of Raymond's murder, I guess the night after Raymond's murder, the evening, our whole community came out to Gottingen Street. And there was a beautiful, beautiful rally with everybody there, and beautiful speeches. And I'm so proud of my community, Mr. Speaker, because nobody came forward with their pitchforks. No one came forward rallying a cry, with a rallying cry of, we got to get this guy, we got to hang him high. My community came forward in a peaceful way, in a loving way, in a sad way, but in a thoughtful way, in a really thoughtful way. And I can't, I don't know if I can describe how important that has been to us as a community to heal and to take this issue on. People are taking this issue on in an incredibly thoughtful way. It was interesting because some of the media actually got out of the gates quite sensational, and community clamped down and said, no, that's not acceptable. This isn't sensational. This is a tragedy. And it's complicated. It's extremely complicated. Because while we lost our friend Raymond that night, while Halifax lost an incredible community activist, Andre Noel Denny is a real person. He's a real person who is troubled. He has multiple mental illness diagnoses. He comes from a community that, well, let's be frank, Mr. Speaker, we failed him. And my community of Halifax felt compassion. Maybe we felt compassion because of Raymond Tolville. Maybe we felt that compassion because that actually is what Raymond would have said about his murderer. So maybe we shone and were the best that we could be and the most compassionate that we could be because it was Raymond and because we knew how he would have reacted, even to his own murderer. So there has been a tremendous community response, and it's been positive and, like I said, very thoughtful, and it has really brought us together in a way that I could never have imagined such a tragedy could have brought us together. So as a result, anything to do with changing legislation around the issue of being not criminally responsible is really hits home for us in Halifax. So I have read this bill with great interest, with a keen eye to what it means for us, to what it could have meant for Raymond, what it might still continue to mean for Mr. Denny. I think it's important to go through what this bill will actually do. And I know folks at home will want to know what does this mean. I actually was contacted by Raymond's partner very recently to say, hey, what do you think, Megan? What does this bill do? So let's start there. This bill will look at changing the way that cases that involve not criminally responsible accused are examined. And this is a small number of people, which is, I think, important to note, Mr. Speaker. And I am very wary of making policy because of one or two cases. However, we do need to review these cases when they occur. It says that review boards have to consider public safety first and foremost, and that when the accused is discharged, there will be an increase in this obligation to notify victims and their families. It will also allow review boards to have the power to issue non-communications orders with victims. It interestingly creates a new category called high-risk accused. And a high-risk accused can be designated by the court. High-risk accused, creating that new category, I think we need to explore, Mr. Speaker. I am going to support this bill at second reading. I do want to hear from people at committee. I do want to explore this entire bill, but in particular this new category of high-risk accused. I am not sure it will do what we need it to do, but it's a conversation worth having. If you're designated high-risk accused, review boards have the option, and I think it's important to say they don't have the obligation, but they have the option to triple the length of time between reviews. from 12 months to 36 months. It will limit the number of community visits for high-risk accused, and it will also detail the release conditions. I would love if a page could get me a tissue. Thank you. So, Section 672.54 of the Criminal Code says that court or review boards have to take into consideration the need to protect the public from dangerous persons, the mental condition of the accused, and the reintegration of the accused into society and other needs of the accused. And, oh, bless you. Thank you so much. There's been a lot of crying in my community over this, but we cried together, which has been a way to make us stronger. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill comes to us because of a number of high-profile incidents that serve as the basis for this bill. And these kinds of incidents, whether it's Raymond Tovel's situation or other situations, they're highlighted by intense media coverage. And it makes it easy to sort of stoke public opinion and get people inflamed about issues. But the reality is, it makes it easy actually to think that this is widespread, that everywhere we go around each corner there's going to be another not criminally responsible threat waiting and lurking. But the reality is that very few people are charged with the criminal code violations. Who are charged are deemed not criminally responsible. For example, in Ontario, the rate is only 0.001%. And reoffending rates for not criminally responsible individuals range from 2.5 to 7.5%. These numbers are far lower than that of federal offenders in the regular justice system at a rate of 41 to 44%. So that needs to be taken into consideration. That is the context that we actually have to examine the provisions of C-54. We have to examine closely whether it's necessary to introduce this law and make these changes, or if it would even be effective in increasing public safety. So like I said, I am going to support this bill. I am open to change, but we have to ensure that the way in which we handle cases involving mentally disordered accused persons is effective in terms of the treatment of mental disorders. And if we don't look carefully at the implications of the bill, these changes could unnecessarily heighten the public's fears. It could increase negative stigma around mental illness and ultimately undermine the reintegration of not criminally responsible individuals without actually increasing public safety, which is the policy goal here. So, with high-risk accused, I think it's very important for this category to be very clearly defined. And also, obviously, it needs to ensure that that category, that implementation of that category would comply with both the rule of law and with the Charter. The first proposed amendment to the mental disorder regime concerns public safety. It would explicitly make public safety the paramount consideration in the court and the review board decision-making process relating to accused persons found to be not criminally responsible or unfit to stand trial. I was talking about Section 672.54 of the Criminal Code, and it states that, as I mentioned, the need to protect the public from dangerous persons, the mental condition of the accused, the reintegration of the accused into society, and the other needs of the accused are all considerations that the review board has to look at or has to make. So then what would be, if that's the backdrop, what would be the fundamental, I guess, the difference between this bill and the current regime? Do the courts and review boards not already take public safety considerations into their decisions? Does the criminal code not already adequately address the scope of issues concerning not criminally responsible people from within our justice system? This is a very difficult issue for victims, families, and communities. I think I'm probably living proof of that. So we want to know how we can help victims through this process. Will this legislation actually have the desired impact of supporting victims, of protecting victims from re-victimization? This legislation could enhance the safety of victims and provide them with opportunities for greater involvement in the criminal code mental disorder regime by ensuring that they're notified when the accused is discharged, allowing, like I said, allowing those non-communication orders between the accused and the victim, ensuring that the safety of victims are considered when decisions are being made about an accused person. So we do have to examine those implications because, like I said, Mr. Speaker, this could have positive impacts on those victims. But that key word is could. And there are a lot of incredible people doing amazing work on mental disability law. I think of Archie Kaiser at Dalhousie Law School in particular, who was one of my professors. Someone like him, right, bringing him into committee and saying, what does this mean? What are the implications? Are there implications we haven't thought of? We have to look at those implications, the logistics. We have to look at the legality of changes. And we also have to keep in mind that those who are found not criminally responsible are neither acquitted nor convicted. I do want to talk a little bit about the financial impact of crime borne by victims. Of the total estimated costs, $14.3 billion was incurred as a direct result of crime for such items as medical attention, hospitalizations, lost wages, missed school days, stolen and damaged property. And this doesn't include the intangible costs borne by victims, which is estimated to be tens of billions of dollars. So this bill ought to also address the financial needs of victims. And that is certainly something that we don't see play out in our communities, day to day in our communities. We do want to make sure that this bill would be based on substantive evidence and not just impulsive cosmetic changes. We do want to talk to mental health experts, victims, and the provinces to find out what they believe is the best approach. I think that it would be wise to talk to the province of Nova Scotia because we are doing our own review of what happened in Raymond Tavel's case to see where those gaps are, not just in legislation but also in supports. Sometimes it isn't just about the law. Sometimes it isn't just about the criminal code. Sometimes it is about what's happening in our forensic hospitals. Sometimes it's about those supports for victims, financial support, other kinds of support. I think the key thing is that none of us at any party play political games with this file. We really do need to focus on the policy merits of this bill. Mr. Speaker, in speaking to our justice critic, she's done some really good work already. Oh, thank you. Speaking to different experts around this issue, and I see I only have 1 minute left. What I was going to do is actually read you some of the quotes from conversations that she's already had, but perhaps there'll be more time to get that information out at committee when we actually call some of those people to testify. Halifax we're sad, Mr. Speaker. It's been a sad year, and we just marked the 1-year anniversary of Raymond Tavel's death recently by hanging pride flags in our windows across the city. We're sad, but we know that we can come together, and we know that we can work together as a community to figure out what the solutions are for our community. And I think if any community can do it, it's Halifax. And I'm looking forward to hearing at committee whether or not this piece of legislation would be a part of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciated my honourable friend's speech, my neighbour from the neighbouring riding of Halifax. I particularly appreciated her comments, of course, about the late Raymond Tavel, and it was a tragedy felt throughout Nova Scotia and beyond. And I'm glad that she spoke about that because, and I know that she spoke about it in a very heartfelt way. I also know that as a lawyer, she would have dealt with issues dealing with criminal intent. As we learn at law school, in order for someone found guilty of a crime, they have to have what's called the mens rea. That's the Latin phrase, which of course means they have to have the frame of mind or the criminal intent to actually commit a crime. And I don't know if I suppose in every criminal case you deal with that issue normally. I wonder if she had any cases that dealt with criminal responsibility and what her experience was in that regard, and what she thinks the Government of Canada can do to improve our mental health system so that there are the kinds of supports there that can deal more effectively with these issues. And while at the same time, how do we protect the public? I mean, I share the concerns about this legislation. And I also see that we have to figure out what can happen in the mental health system, et cetera, to make sure the public is protected. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Halifax West for his question. He is a member of the Halifax community, and he was there, and he knows how important this is to folks at home. I can't answer his first question about my experience because I'm not a lawyer. Everybody forgets that. I have a law degree. I worked as a community legal worker at Dalhousie Legal Aid, but I didn't practice criminal law, so I can't actually share any experiences of mens rea from my practice, although certainly it is a big topic in the study of law, whether or not you actually know what you're doing, whether you have that awareness. And that's the key thing with if you're found not criminally responsible. If you don't know what you're doing, how can you take responsibility? If we look at the criminal law, what is the purpose? It's to deter, it is to punish. It is to send that message to community to say this is what's acceptable and this is what's not acceptable. But if you have someone whose mental health is in a state where they're barely even cognizant of being a member of that community, if they don't understand what is right and what is wrong or even what they're doing, how do you address that? That is a mental health issue. I think that we could certainly put more resources into that system because you know what? Raymond Tavel did not have to die. This is a failure of our community on lots of levels. I'm not saying it's the failure of the East Coast Forensic Hospital, but it's a failure of our community, our mental health system overall. That death could have been prevented if we had just had the political will to look at the issue in the eye.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for a very heartfelt presentation. It's very difficult when it's close to home to stand back from that and take an objective view of legislation. At the same time, it's really important that we consider the very emotional aspects, and many of us have probably been touched with similar situations. Before speaking to the bill, I took the time to try to talk to some of the organizations and entities that might be concerned about this legislation, supporting it or against it. And I spoke with Elizabeth Fry, I spoke with the Psychiatric Association. Everyone who I spoke to, and of all the briefs that I've taken a look at, they've all said the same thing, deeply frustrated that they weren't consulted in advance before this legislation was brought to the House, and that they were hoping that they would be brought forward as witnesses. So I wonder if the member for Halifax could speak to what kind of a process does she think is appropriate for the review of this legislation, and who does she think should be brought in? And I am presuming that she would support the idea that the government should be open to amendments as a result of testimony of experts that come forward and of victims and their families.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for a question. She raises a really good point about what do we do here? How do we consult? What do we expect? First of all, I expect that C-54 will take time. We need to spend time with it. We don't want to have closure. We don't want to have time allocation. We don't want to shut down debate on this. This is really complicated stuff. And so we should give this bill the respect it deserves by bringing in witnesses who may have different points of view. That's okay. So if we bring in victims' organizations, if we bring in organizations like Elizabeth Fry, that my colleague mentioned, or John Howard Society, who work with offenders, if we bring in people who are mental health experts, they're probably not going to all agree. But I think that with discussion, open discussion where we sort of put aside those differences, I think we actually could come up with something together. I don't think it has to be an either-or or a partisan thing or, the Conservatives really do like to have this, you're with us or against us. I think we should have a thoughtful adult discussion at committee about this. I hope that we consult broadly. I know the NDP will be bringing forward or will be suggesting witnesses at committee, and hopefully we get to hear from all the witnesses that we put forward. But this will take time, and I think that most importantly, we need to give this bill the respect it deserves at committee.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to first of all thank my colleague for her comments and for her, frankly, amazing tribute to Raymond Tavel. and an amazing tribute to her community of Halifax, the resilience of her community, the love of her community, the strength of her community, all of which, frankly, we don't celebrate enough in this House when we talk about issues that are happening within our own riding boundaries. So I want to thank her for that, and I want her to know that certainly the tragic death of Raymond Tavel was felt not just in Halifax, but indeed was felt right across the country. I remember reading about the story in Hamilton, in the Hamilton Spectator. It touched a nerve. It left all of us feeling the loss for sure, but also feeling the need to take some concrete action. But I have to admit we were perhaps a little helpless as to know what exactly needed to be done. I think there's an opportunity before us now to take that action. But I think my colleague from Halifax is absolutely right. We can't take that action in haste. This is not an easy problem. It's a complex one. As my colleague from Edmonton Strathcona has pointed out, we do need to hear from organizations like EFRI. We need to hear from John Howard. I would suggest we also need to hear from our provincial partners. All too often in this House, we sort of march on as if the federal government were the only government that mattered. Consultation with our provincial and, in some instances, municipal partners seems to have become a bad thing somehow. I think we move forward in a much more positive way if we work collaboratively with other orders of government, if we work together, in this case with health experts, and I wonder whether my colleague could comment on whether she thinks the Nova Scotia government in particular might not have some very, very important things to say as they too shared the tragic loss of Raymond, and as we continue collectively to want to pay tribute by doing the right thing now. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Hamilton Mountain for her question, but also for her tribute, really, in this House. I know that this story did go across the country, and it touched many of us because it was, yes, it was a really important story to be told. I think that the Nova Scotia government is doing a good job right now of taking this issue really seriously. They have acted swiftly, but not like these guys across the House where they act swiftly to then just hit something over the head with a hammer. They have acted swiftly to figure this out. There was a strong message sent by government to say we will look at what happened here. We will take this seriously. We will come up with recommendations. We will figure out how we do this differently, how we do this better, and how we prevent deaths in the future. I suspect this is my last time up, Mr. Speaker, so if with little time I do have left, I do want to also share with this House that Raymond Tavel received a Diamond Jubilee Medal this year, and he was nominated by many, many, many members of our community for his incredible work that he had done as an activist in our community, and I was very proud this fall, actually, to be able to go to Sault Ste. Marie to visit Raymond's family and actually present the medal to his family there. And they are 100% on board with this. They're proud of Raymond. They're sad because they've lost their brother, their son. But they also understand that this is complicated. It does take time. And we do have to be thoughtful when we are coming up with solutions. And I have the greatest respect for Raymond's family. They have just been, they've been really incredible throughout this whole process, and they are really a model to look to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Welland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me first off thank my colleague from Halifax for her extremely poignant speech, not from the perspective of a technical aspect of a bill, but the reality of what it is like to live in a community where a crime that we're talking about with this legislation would have an impact, what it means to the community, what it means beyond just the immediate families of the loved one who has lost their life. And I think in a very clear way, she has articulated what many of us feel when it comes to mental health, because mental health is such a difficult issue. In the broader societal context, mental health for all too long was something that was, pushed into the background, pushed into a corner in a way that no one wanted to actually say out loud that perhaps one of their loved ones, a sister, a brother, an aunt, an uncle, or a grandparent, a parent, may have been suffering from mental illness. It was always the great taboo, don't say anything, say nothing. The great stigma attached to it, the great embarrassment for families. So as we look at this legislation, we have come a great length from that day when we were thinking about not talking about loved ones who suffer from mental health. No one on this side is suggesting that that these acts are of a magnitude that horrify us all. I think all of us would agree that that's absolutely true. And it's not about saying, well, this person was not criminally responsible because of mental disorder, that somehow that lessens the actual act. It is a horrific act. And for the families, and obviously the victim who has lost their life, but then for the families as well, reliving this horrific incident seems to go on and on in some cases. But we really need to be conscious about how we craft the legislation, as it is for such a few people. These acts, thank goodness, rarely occur. And because they occur so rarely, it makes them that much more difficult to find that balance of how we approach it in law. I knew a young man once, many years ago, who was a schizophrenic. And folks always talk about schizophrenics, well, they hear voices. And I asked him one day, I said, people talk about that. And I knew where this young man lived. He lived in a housing with other schizophrenics where they had supports and folks come in with them, counselors and caseworkers, to make sure they took their meds. And so I knew the young man had suffered from delusions. And I asked him one day, I said, when you hear those voices, what do you hear? And amazingly enough, and I've heard it from other folks as well, because I've been involved with the Schizophrenia Association for a long time. He said to me, it's like 1,000 people standing on the edge of my ear, all screaming at the same time. So he never heard an instruction to do anything. He just heard 1,000 people on the edge of his ear just screaming into his ear. And the only time he got relief was when he slept. And so for me, it was a very poignant moment of trying to understand exactly what was happening to that young man. He was about 21, 22 years old. He doesn't hear those voices anymore, Mr. Speaker. He took his own life when he was 23, because those voices would never go away for the rest of his life, and he knew that. He suffered from chronic schizophrenia, and he was going to be, indeed, suffering it all his life. For him, violence wasn't a part of his life, but suffering was. And so when we think about this legislation, how do we work it in a way that understands schizophrenia, because quite often many of the folks who are charged are suffering from it, but we don't then in turn point a finger at as the Schizophrenia Association has said, that all schizophrenics can look at them and think for some reason that we should avoid them, that they should be put somewhere because they may be a danger to us, when we know the reality is you probably get run over by a bus than you would being attacked by somebody who's schizophrenic. And so that is the kind of sense of how things might happen to you, which should never, and let me repeat, should never take away from the act that we're looking at when it comes to this heinous act, that somebody's life being lost, and how we react to that in a way that says we understand what actually is transpiring and what should we do about that in law. And so that's why I think you've heard from this side, Mr. Speaker, on a number of occasions, I hope the government has heard from us in the sense of saying, this is a really complicated issue. It's not simplistic. It's not as simple as saying, that door open, close that door. This really is about opening up a door, not knowing what's on the other side, and how do we deal with it, because it's multifaceted, it's multi-layered. It's an ongoing science into mental disorder. It's not a finite place where we've ended and said, well, this is all that it is. It is indeed, as therapies and treatments progress, and we come to a greater understanding of the diagnosis, we can actually help folks not get to the place that they might get to where we've seen some of these crimes perpetrated. And my colleague from Halifax who articulated the case that happened there just over a year ago, my colleague from British Columbia who also talked about folks like the Pictons and some others that are really of a magnitude and scope that are absolutely, to use a term, Mr. Speaker, which I don't think I've ever used here before, but they are indeed gut-wrenching. When you hear about them or you read about them, they come on the news, the first thing you feel is ill. There's almost a tangible physical reaction as an individual who might be literally thousands of kilometers away, as many of us were with the incident that happened in the prairies when a young man was attacked on a bus, or the incident in Halifax a year ago. You may well be across the country and not actually have knowledge of that person or the victim or their families personally. But when you hear about it, you have this really visceral sense of, your stomach has been turned upside down by what you hear initially. And I think that's a normal reaction. I think for all of us, I think that's a fair reaction to have initially. But then I think for us as policymakers, we have to find a way to step back from that first reaction of, that's horrendous, it's awful, we've got to deal with it, because too often if we rush in, we may end up with a simplistic response to it, and there are no simple answers in mental health. Because I've had this sense of how mental health works, partly because of some personal experiences around family and some other experiences around knowing folks who work in it, my family who have been psychiatric nurses for a long period of time, and understanding those folks, because I've actually been engaged with folks who have mental illness for probably about 30 years, whether they live in, well, actually longer than that, Mr. Speaker, probably going on 40 years now, when I think about my own personal family situation. The issue becomes, how do we deal with this very troubling issue that is there, that gets pushed aside from time to time, especially in the public health field, that grapples with enough funding to help the folks that need to be helped? That is there a preventative piece to do there? And I'm not sure that the psychiatrists know if there is an absolute or not, in the sense of, could we have prevented one or two of these incidents from happening by early diagnosis and treatment and constant, monitoring and counseling and a caseworker coming to make sure? We don't know that. Psychiatrists are uncertain as to whether indeed that would happen or not. And so because of that, I would look to the government to say, we need to now, since we didn't really do all of that work in advance, this needs to go to committee, and as my colleagues have said earlier, and I know the government has heard us say this, we intend to support this to get the second reading, because we want to do a comprehensive piece that, yes, speaks about the victims. They should be paramount in our minds, and they are, and their families. Without a doubt, they are. We have no less on this side a sense of the victims and what has happened to them than anyone else in this House. No one has, a lock on, well, we understand victims better than you understand victims. We all get this. I think this is really one of those times in this House where I think all of us understand the severity of it and what it means to families. But what we want to see happen is that legislation that comes out after this process that indeed will enable us to do things better than we may be doing them now, but doing them right. Because if we end up simply saying, well, let's just incarcerate someone because that'll be a deterrent, a hate to say this, Mr. Speaker, but quite frankly, someone who's suffering from mental illness doesn't understand what a deterrent is. So a longer sentence doesn't deter anyone. I understand on the criminal justice side about sentencing for those who have the ability to understand the crime that they've committed, that we have sentencing that perhaps deters. You know, criminologists can have that debate. I'm not a criminologist, Mr. Speaker, so I leave that one for those experts to have the decision on. But I think what we would all agree on is that those who would be found not criminally responsible would never know there's a deterrence. In fact, the reason they're not criminally responsible is because they don't actually know they've committed a crime. And so if they don't know that they've committed a crime, they would hardly see the deterrent as something in the way of them committing a crime. And so I think in this particular instance, we need to take the time. We truly need to sit down and take the time, and if it needs to be extended in committee, I think this House would agree to extend the time to study it. I think it needs to be looked at in a holistic way from many, many perspectives. I think amendments that are good amendments should be welcomed by the government. I would hope they would be, because this is a piece of legislation all of us should get right, so that when we actually enact it, we all feel good that we've done the right thing and we've indeed helped the victims, because I think that's what part of this legislation should do. It should enable those victims to understand that we not only just as individuals have this great outpouring of emotion towards them, of not just empathy but love, in the sense of saying to them, we cannot understand the anguish and the hurt that's going through you, but we are there for you, because obviously we haven't suffered that ourselves. But as my colleague from Halifax quite clearly articulated, a whole community can grieve in such a profound way because of the victim. And we can all feel that. We can all have a sense of how do we then stand with them, help them rebuild after what's happened to their family member, but at the same time understand our obligation to the broader society when it comes to the law. It's never easy to do, and I don't pretend that it is. And I know the other side from time to time, and we go back and forth on it about who's tougher and who's not. But this is an issue this time about not who's tougher or not, but can we get it as good as it possibly can be, and can we get it as right as we can, because of the complexity of someone being declared not criminally responsible because of mental disorder. It is such a difficult issue. We will all need to understand it and be supportive of it. Otherwise, when it comes to the broader community, there will be those who say it either goes too far one way or doesn't support victims on the other side. And what I think I hear from all of my colleagues here is that's not what we want to have happen. What we truly want to have happen is legislation that tells victims and says to them, we understand how you feel about this, here's how we've acted, but at the same time, in a legal way, we've been able to get the piece right on what we need to do when it comes to the actual judicial piece of the persons that are being actually tried and convicted. Actually, they're not convicted. The reality is they're neither convicted nor acquitted. They're found not criminally responsible, which for those of us who are non-lawyers, it always seems like, well, what does that mean exactly? Does it mean you're neither here nor there because you're being deemed to not be criminally responsible? And that's why this needs to be looked at so clearly. And let me just, we talk about, what is the numbers? The Schizophrenic Association tells us it's 0.001% who have been charged with criminal code violation are adjudicated to be not criminally responsible by mental disorder. It's such a small number that are we now writing the law for such a small number that we either cast a net too wide or not? But I think, and that this number has been put out there a couple times, I think what the astounding piece of this is, and I think this is where we see where people are literally it's determined that they're not criminally responsible, is they then receive a great deal of treatment while they're still, under some form of incarceration. Their rate of recidivism is so much lower than the general population of the criminal system in this country that it's anywhere from 2.5% to 7.5%, whereas the other rate for, if we can call them criminals who are in a regular system, is 41 to 44%, which points out that those who are being treated with the appropriate treatments are indeed less likely to reoffend. It was interesting, Mr. Speaker, the other night the Canadian Police Association was in town, Tuesday night, I believe. I had the great joy of talking to a number of officers from my region. And one of them was talking to me about mental health, not so much about this bill in particular, but mental health in general and what happens with officers who come into contact with folks who have mental health, who haven't committed or perpetrated a crime like this. Quite often it's, public disorderliness. They may be in the middle of the street holding up traffic, and usually they've had a psychotic break and they have a psychotic episode, and they're off their meds for a while, and they need to be taken to the hospital. And the officer was saying, we need professionals to deal with those folks, because officers really aren't the appropriate people to come and get them and take them to where they need to go and then have to stay with them. There has to be a level. And what level of expertise and professionals are going to be there and help with folks who clearly were more a danger to themselves than anyone else. But what he was pointing out to me was that it isn't necessarily the police department that should be a major involvement inside of the mental health system, but the mental health professionals. And I think that's where the link has to be, and I don't think that's the things that we see quite in this legislation when we talk about the justice system, policing, the mental health professionals and the health system, all of those folks. Where do they intersect? Where do they come together to help prevent these in the first place, and then to help those who have actually now become criminally not responsible? We find a way to actually work on that system that says, how do we then deal with those folks in an appropriate manner? And so I was grateful for that conversation, because it really sort of crystallized for me in my mind, where is it we should head with this piece of legislation. I think we need to look to all of those folks who are clearly already standing up to tell us that they want to intersect with the committee, that they want to come forward, they want to help offer good, sound advice, not to tear the legislation apart and say throw it away, but actually to improve it, to help it make it be a good piece of legislation that truly works. And I think if the government takes that position at committee and allows all of those folks who may have, not always the same answers that perhaps people are looking for, but if they look for those answers and advice, they may indeed find that when we're finished writing this legislation, that all of us are able to say we've done the right thing for the victims, which is the first and foremost people in our minds, is those victims. And as my colleague from Halifax pointed out, the victim, through his community in Halifax a year later, is through his family, is still reaching out saying, we need to find a sound solution to this problem, not rush to any sort of judgment that ends up with legislation that doesn't help but maybe hinders. And I'm not saying that this piece does in its present form, but we certainly want to make sure that it all works for all parties involved, and it actually gets through the justice system in a way that makes it a better place for them to actually do the work that they need to do. But ultimately, as I said at the very beginning, and as I'll say at the end, the victims have to be paramount in our minds, and I know they are in ours. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It being 1:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, affaires émanant des députés, prise en considération à la
Consideration at second reading of Bill C-480, An act to amend the Old Age Security Act, funeral arrangements, standing in the name of Mr. Pilon. Mr. Pilon, seconded by Mr. Blanchet, moves that Bill C-480, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, funeral arrangements, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the status of persons with disabilities. Debate the Honourable Member. I'd like to thank you for giving me the floor today to speak to this bill, Bill C-480, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, funeral arrangements, and I'd also like to thank the Honourable Member for Louis Hébert for having seconded it. Before I go into the details on the bill, I'd like to provide some background, Mr. Speaker, and explain where the idea for Bill C-480 came from. In 2011, a woman, Ms. Fotini Theodisiades, dropped by my office to tell me that her payments into GIS had been cut for no apparent reason without any explanation provided. After my team did an investigation, we realized that her payments had been cut because she had taken an amount from her RRSP in order to make some funeral arrangements so that everything would be ready on the day she died. I found that situation quite unacceptable, even if it is legal. As you know, Mr. Speaker, Canadians who receive the GIS qualify for the program because with their pension alone, they can't make ends meet. So cutting GIS payments to one of my citizens, one of my constituents, just because she had withdrawn an amount from her RSP to arrange for her funeral is something I find unacceptable. As you know, Mr. Speaker, during the 2011 election campaign, our now deceased leader, Mr. Jack Layton, had made fighting poverty among seniors one of our main pillars. This bill will therefore ensure that people receiving the GIS are able to withdraw an amount of up to $2,500 from an RRSP in order to make funeral arrangements. The amount would remain taxable and would not be included in the GIS calculations for the following year. And as a result, benefits would not be decreased in the year following the purchasing of these arrangements, as is currently the case. The initial idea for this bill stemmed from that, Mr. Speaker, and it shows just how seriously NDP members are working on resolving problems on a daily basis facing our constituents, and that we're attempting to resolve to the best of our abilities. Now, you'll say $2,500 isn't a lot, and you're right in saying so. I selected a minimum amount to ensure that my bill would not be rejected on the pretext that it's too costly. I said the minimum because at this point in time, according to Statistics Canada, the average cost of cremation is about $1,800. So $2,500 minus the taxes would leave just enough left over for the minimum amount. Allow me to now provide you with a few details on my bill. As I mentioned earlier, it would enable seniors who receive the GIS to be able to withdraw an amount of up to $2,500, which would be taxable, from an RRSP in order to make funeral arrangements. The amount, the $2,500, would not be included in the calculation of GIS for the following year, and beneficiaries would not see their GIS benefits cut. Concretely, Bill C-480 will have a significant impact for seniors and their families. First of all, it will now allow our seniors to have a more peace of mind, more financial and moral security, with an additional financial incentive to proceed with making funeral arrangements. In addition to absorbing the financial cost through the $2,500, which is exempt from GIS calculations, It will also provide their families with some mental and moral peace of mind. They won't have to be dealing with the burden of making funeral arrangements at the same time that they are grieving the loss of a loved one. Bill C-480 would enable our seniors receiving GIS, who, I must point out, are the most financially vulnerable in our society, to have an easier time of making ends meet at the end of the month. It's inconceivable for a person like Mrs. Theodosiades to end up in a financial situation so unstable simply because she wanted to avoid passing on the burden of her funeral arrangements to her children. Finally, the NDP made a commitment to fight poverty among our seniors. It's one of the pillars of our position. Bill C-480 is a step in that direction. It will help the financial health of our seniors. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to quote Mr. Richard Allaire, who is a community worker in Laval and who supports my bill. Mr. Allaire has shared with me the following thoughts, and I found them very pertinent and unfortunately very true at the same time. And I quote, "We always think about seniors with respect to their past. With this bill, it's the first time that we're trying to help them build a better future." End of quote. That quote contains the essence, the very essence of what we want in the NDP to achieve with this bill. For some days now, some colleagues have, on the government side, asked how much it would cost the government, implying that they are interested in the bill, but they're concerned with the cost that may be incurred with this bill. Mr. Speaker, there isn't an amount that's too high when it comes to helping our seniors. But I have some good news for you and my colleagues. This measure that could help dozens, if not thousands, of Canadians. The annual cost for the government, based on calculations done by the Library of Parliament, is $132,400 per year. Yes, that would be the annual cost that the government would have to pay out to reduce poverty among our seniors. It's lower than the salary of a member of the House of Commons. We believe on this side of the House that attacking poverty among seniors for an annual cost for the government, which is lower than the salary of each and every one of us here, is what we would call in English a no-brainer. In the NDP, during the last election campaign, used a slogan, a wonderful slogan, "Let's work together." This bill is a perfect opportunity for all parliamentarians of all political stripes to show Canadians who elected us that we can work together to deal with an urgent problem facing our society, the problem of reducing poverty among our seniors. For those who would be inclined to say that credits already exist for funeral costs through the Quebec Pension Plan as well as the Canada Pension Plan, here's what I have to say to them. As regards CPP, the credit is accessible for people who work to full-time for the most part of their life. They have to meet certain criteria to have access to it. And because many GIS beneficiaries receive the GIS because the amount of their pension doesn't enable them to make ends meet at the end of the month, those people would be greatly assisted by C-480 because those people would have very little access to CPP. In addition, the amount provided under CPP is applicable to funerals only and not to funeral arrangements. In that regard, Ms. Janet Gray, certified financial planner and consultant for seniors, stated with respect to Bill C-480, and I quote, "Everyone wants to help financially vulnerable seniors. This bill is a good way of doing that." And she added, "The probability of seniors today having worked full-time for their entire life is a lot less higher, especially among older seniors. People would therefore not be able to meet the criteria to qualify under CPP. In addition, the measures contained in Bill C-480 is not a competitive measure. It doesn't compete with existing measures. On the contrary, it is a complementary measure to the ones contained in the CPP and the Quebec Pension Plan." End of quote. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we are looking today at a bill that wants to send out a strong signal to our seniors and to Canadians in general. We have an opportunity with Bill C-480 to deal with part of an urgent issue, poverty among seniors. We have an opportunity to show the most financially vulnerable people in our society that Parliament is prepared to help them. We have an opportunity to show all Canadians that we are prepared to work together to resolve the problems people in our country are facing. We have an opportunity, as we can, to put an end to public cynicism with respect to politics and politicians by showing that we can set aside partisanship and be worthy of our country and its inhabitants. Today we have an opportunity to take a step to make this country fairer for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question and commentaire. The Honourable
Questions and comments.
Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member opposite. I was just wondering if he could explain to myself and to the House, other members here, exactly what the cost of this bill is ultimately to Canadians. My understanding is that it's approximately $100 million as of 2014. If all GIS beneficiaries use this exemption, a significantly high cost to Canadian taxpayers. I'd just like to know what his cost estimates were with respect to this bill.
L'honorable député de Laval-les-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, I don't know where the Parliamentary Secretary got her figures from, but my figures come directly from calculations done based on Statistics Canada data by the Library of Parliament. 11% of Canadians, retired Canadians that make funeral arrangements, and 42% of them do so using their RRSPs. The cost based on Statistics Canada data and the Library of Parliament data, it's just over $134,000.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think what's important to note here is the individual seniors that we're really talking about are low-income seniors, and I think that's the point that really needs to be emphasized. At the end of the day, there is a serious issue in regards to poverty in our country, and our seniors are on a fixed income. Affording the opportunity for a senior to be able to get into RRSPs in order to be able to do some planning in the future with regards to their ultimate passing, I think is a responsible way of dealing with legislation, and commend the member for the effort, and I'll get the opportunity to be able to speak a little bit more on it shortly. But my question to the member is to what degree is the member prepared to accept amendments? Does he have a feel that there might be some amendments if in fact the bill were to pass, or does he feel confident that the bill is adequate enough to take it all the way through?
L'honorable député de Laval.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. I thank my colleague for his question. I established the amount at $2,500 because with an ultimate cost of $134,000 per year, I thought it would make it through. If the Honourable Member wants to make amendments to increase that amount, I would support that. What we are attempting to achieve is something for the most vulnerable people in our society. We want them to have these measures.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to thank my colleague from Laval-les-Îles for this excellent bill. Seniors who are already at the poverty line have come to me in my riding with this same issue, and the issue is that their income in a following year is affected by their decisions in the previous year, and their income they don't know this is going to happen until the following year, and they can't plan for it. And this is such a simple but effective change that would change the lives of many, many seniors, that I wish to commend him for this foresight in this bill, and it is a very, very small cost to any Treasury, less than the cost of one senator per year.
L'honorable député de Laval-les-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. I thank my colleague for his comments. When the woman I spoke about came to my office, And when people receive the GIS, even just a few dollars a month can make a difference between having a quart of milk or not. So it's because these people are taking this action for their children to avoid passing problems on to their children. I lost my own parents, and if they had had this opportunity to make funeral arrangements ahead of time, it would have been beneficial for the entire family.
Minister of Human Resources.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to participate in this debate on Bill C-480.
Guaranteed income supplement recipients to withdraw up to $2,500 from a registered retirement savings plan, or RRIF, in order to pay for funeral arrangements in advance without having their GIS reduced. Let me start by saying that I can understand the good intentions behind this member's idea for moving this legislation. However, I find the proposed legislation has some serious shortcomings. All members on both sides of the House want to ensure that Canadian seniors obtain financial security. In fact, our government has done a great deal to help our seniors prosper in their retirement years.
Like members of the House of Commons probably know, the GIS is one of the most important measures provided to seniors. We feel that it plays a very important role and is of assistance to low-income seniors.
The incidence of poverty among seniors in Canada has dropped from a rate of 21.4% in 1980 to 5.3% in 2010. Now let's look more closely at the sources of retirement income, which generally have three components. The first is old age security. This allows and includes the allowance for the survivor, and the guaranteed income supplement, or GIS, which provides additional money on top of the old age security pension to low-income seniors living in Canada. The Canadian Pension Plan, or CPP, is the second component for those who have worked and made contributions. A third pillar consists of personal savings, including employer pension plans, registered retirement saving plans, and tax-free savings accounts, as well as other savings and investments. Together, OAS and CPP are designated to provide a modest base upon which to build additional retirement income. This year, Canadians will receive over $76 billion in benefits through the Canada Pension Plan, Old Age Security, and the GIS. Comme je l'ai mentionné plus tôt, les suppléments
As I said earlier, the GIS provides extra support to seniors with little or no income and has in fact been a great success in reducing poverty among seniors.
In 2008, we increased the GIS earnings exceptions from $500 to $3,500. This enables low-income working seniors to keep more money in their hands. And in 2011, we provided the largest GIS increase in 25 years to the most vulnerable seniors. This measure is helping to lift Canada's lowest income seniors out of poverty. More than 680,000 low-income seniors are benefiting from this increase. These seniors are now receiving additional GIS, up to $614 for single seniors and $859 for couples. And this year we're providing more tax relief for seniors and pensioners, saving them $2.5 billion. Monsieur le Président, cet monsieur et tous les autres,
Mr. Speaker, this measure and all of the others that I have outlined demonstrate that the Government of Canada is taking concrete steps to support seniors.
Prepare for and achieve financial security in their later years. That's why seniors' poverty is at an all-time low in Canada. As I mentioned earlier, there are some issues with this bill. Currently, the calculation of income to determine GIS eligibility is determined in accordance to the Income Tax Act. The proposed exemption for income used for funeral arrangements would introduce a new concept of calculations of income for the calculation of the GIS. This likely would create calls for similar exemptions on other compassionate grounds. Mr. Speaker, this would create a precedent for more costly measures that are not affordable under the current fiscal climate. It would also raise equity issues for seniors, as this exemption would only benefit those seniors who use RRSPs or RRIFs to cover their funeral expenses and do nothing for seniors who have no savings. Therefore, it would only benefit the 10% of GIS recipients who have planned for retirement by saving, and does not help the poorest of seniors, who are the ones who benefit the most from the GIS. Let us be clear on this point. The bill would not be helping the most vulnerable of seniors, but rather those who actually have investments in banks. The Office of the Chief Actuary estimates that the additional program costs associated with this proposed amendment could be as high as $81 million the first year if all GIS beneficiaries with RRSPs and RRIFs used this exemption. The bill would also generate additional administrative costs. It is estimated that an administrative cost of up to $12 million each year. This is the total cost of almost $100 million in an era of fiscal restraint. The guaranteed income supplement is paid 100% by taxpayers' dollars. I just asked where the NDP are on proposing this $100 million tax increase. I think we know the answer to that from the pockets of hardworking Canadians, and I find it actually astounding that again and again proposals are brought forward by the NDP that all they do is increase the taxes on hardworking Canadians. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the bill would duplicate allowances for funeral expenses in other jurisdictions. The CPP and Quebec Pension Plan, for example, provide one-time death benefits of up to $2,500, or on behalf of the estate of a deceased contributor. In addition, some provinces, territories, and municipalities also offer subsidies for funeral arrangements for low-income individuals. British Columbia, for example, offers assistance up to $3,000 for low-income residents who have little or no assets. Similar benefits are available in Alberta, Nova Scotia, PEI, and for First Nations living on reserve. As well, some municipalities, like Toronto, offer similar assistance to cover funeral expenses. In light of these programs, this proposed bill would be doubling efforts made at all those levels. Mr. Speaker, given the considerable cost, the fact that it would fail to provide equity benefits for seniors and that the assistance would not be targeted to the seniors who are in need of it most, our government will not be supporting Bill C-480. While I understand the good intentions of the member opposite, I would encourage all members of this House to join me in voting against this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure that I rise to address this particular bill, believing at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, that we need to recognize where it is that we could actually contribute to dealing with issues surrounding poverty, dealing with the issue of those individuals that are on fixed incomes, and how it is that we might be able to assist, Mr. Speaker. And I think that's a very important issue. I listened to the Parliamentary Secretary's response to the bill, somewhat disappointed. There's no doubt that she's doing a little bit of cherry picking as she tries to say, well, you know, that this only caters to those that happen to have registered plans, caters to those that have RIFT programs, and there's another significant portion of seniors that are in poverty that do not have access to those type of plans. You know, it's interesting. I would like to suggest to the member that it's much like when we talked about the pooled registered pension plan program. That was a bill that was brought in by the government, and we supported the bill in principle because we saw it as a tool that many seniors will in fact be able to use. It's not the answer that's going to resolve all the pension-related issues, but yet it was an important tool to have available for seniors that found themselves in a position in which they would be able to put additional money to the side and go for some sort of a form of a pooled pension plan. We brought ideas and suggestions on the floor of the House in terms of what it is that they could have done in order to improve that plan. Unfortunately, they didn't accept the amendments, but still, in principle, we supported what it is that the government was doing. Well, now we have a private member's bill, Mr. Speaker, and it's even though it's doing two different things, one at the end of the day, it is yet another tool that can, in fact, be used by a good number of seniors that call Canada their home and have had the opportunity or the good fortune to be able to build up a bit of a nest egg through RSPs, as an example. And at the end of the day, they are still dependent on having the income supplement. If they qualify for the income supplement, Mr. Speaker, that means that they, in essence, are in need of additional resources, and there's a very good chance that they would fall close or below the poverty line. And so when I look at the bill that's being proposed by the member, I see a bill that addresses a certain issue, a very important issue, that many seniors have, and it is a tool that could be used in order to be able to alleviate many of the concerns that they have, and being able to have access to prepaid funeral arrangements by using RSPs is a good thing. Now, I think traditionally you will see that the Liberal Party as a whole has been very supportive of initiatives that derive benefit for our seniors, in particular when it comes to trying to deal with getting seniors out of poverty type of situations. You know, during the elections, we all have the opportunity to go out and knock on doors, and some of the most disheartening stories that I hear at the door, Mr. Speaker, is when you run into a senior that's on a fixed income. They have OAS and they have the supplement income, but it's just not enough. I have had seniors, and I suspect others from within this chamber have had likewise, where you have a senior who is trying to figure out how to spend that limited amount of money. And the types of decisions that they are making are, well, do I have enough to be able to take my grandchild out, often for a snack? Or do I have enough to be able to get my medicines that are required? Or am I going to have to cut back on my already small and very limited food budget? And we have far too many seniors all across our land that are having and being put into this type of a position in which they have to make these types of decisions. So I think that it's very important for us to reflect on what it is that we provide to our seniors and how it is that we might be able to assist them in making decisions. And for a good number of seniors, the issue of their passing is something that's there, and they want to be able to make arrangements, pre-arrangements in many cases. And what we have here is what I would suggest to you is a progressive idea that will allow for seniors that, to be able to capitalize on, Mr. Speaker. And I do question the numbers that the Parliamentary Secretary has brought to the floor here. I don't believe them, quite frankly. I think it's an extreme that she's presenting to the House. But at the end of the day, whatever that dollar value is, I would still want to highlight, as I did in the question, that what we're talking about is not the wealthiest of our society. We're talking about seniors that are in many ways in a poverty type of situation by national average standards, Mr. Speaker. So I think that it behooves us, and it's our responsibility at the very least, hopefully, to see the bill go to committee. We support the bill. We'll be wanting to see it go to committee. But, you know, we look to the Conservative backbenchers in particular, and hopefully that they will recognize the value of what is actually being suggested here and allow it to go to committee. We are afforded the opportunity on private members' bills to be able to vote without party discipline quite often, and it does not take many in order to recognize the value of a bill, and at the very least allowing it to go to committee, where in fact we can hear from some of the different stakeholders. Maybe we can even get to the bottom of what some of these actual potential costs might be, which could address some of the concerns as to why many of the Conservatives or others might not necessarily want to support the bill. So I think that there's a great deal of merit. Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that we not overlook the importance of our seniors in pensions. You know, I had a general mailer that went out into my constituents, something that I do, like others, on a regular basis. And one of the things that I really thought was just, you know, said so much. You know, I had an issue in regards to the pension, because you'll recall a little over a year ago, the Prime Minister, while he's in Europe, made this decision that he wants to cut back on OAS. When I say cut back, increase the age of retirement from 65 to 67. So, like many members of Parliament, we went to our constituents and asked what it is that they had to say on it. And, you know, I had just one small piece of paper in the form of a petition, Mr. Chairperson, and the person sends it back to me, and it's signed off, but it's literally attaching numerous pieces of paper along with it. Now, I don't want to use it as a demonstration, but I just want to be able to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that there are some issues that really touch the population in terms of why not, or why are we doing this? And in this particular case, I would suggest to the government and to all members of the House that why not? You know, this is a bill that shows some compassion to our seniors. It's an area in which I believe could receive support from all political parties. At the very least, acknowledge it in the form of this is a bill that should go to the committee stage and allow some more of those facts to come out. I'm relatively comfortable in believing that if this bill were to pass, that it would, in fact, meet the needs, and ultimately, through the committee, you will find that it will garner the type of support that would see it go all the way through, Mr. Speaker. We've got very little to lose by allowing that to happen. So, I would encourage members to reflect on the message, on the principle of the bill, and what is an attempt to what's being attempted here. To reflect in terms of past initiatives, and we have seen ideas flow from all political parties inside the House in terms of ways in which we can improve the living standards of those individuals that are in the low-income bracket, Mr. Speaker, in many different forms, but especially in regards to old age supplement and our guaranteed income supplement, Mr. Speaker. So I would really encourage members to reflect on the value of contributing where we can to changes that could really have a difference. When we had talked at great length about expanding employment insurance program benefits to others, whether it's someone caring for an elderly member or a family tragedy. You know, there's all sorts of changes that we've seen to social support, financial support programs that we've seen over the last 2 decades, that I see this as just yet one of a number that could, in fact, have a very positive impact. So, with having said that, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member for bringing forward the bill, and we'll have to hope and see maybe if we can get some of the members from all sides of the House, in fact, supporting it. Best my understanding is the members of the Liberal Caucus, in fact, will be supporting it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise in support of this bill from the member from Laval-les-Îles, who has obviously put together something that will be very, very helpful to a lot of the poorest of Canadians, and that is part of what the NDP has pledged to do over all of our years of existence, is to make sure the poorest of Canadians are looked after, that we aren't creating burdens on society that don't belong, that we in fact are dealing with the poorest citizens, and in particular the poorest seniors, in a way that is humane, that is thoughtful, and that is reasonable, and that's what this bill is. Being poor in Canada ought not to be a crime, but sometimes poor people are penalized for things most Canadians take for granted, like the simple thing is putting prepaid funeral expenses forward as part of the way they look after themselves in the future and their families. We sometimes forget the constraints that poor people face in their daily lives. For the 3 million or so Canadians who live below Canada's poverty line, and that's one of the worst records in the G7, finding enough money after paying the rent is a daily challenge. Too often they don't have enough money to feed their children, to look after their health or their future. And it's a sad reality that in a country as rich as ours, there are hundreds of thousands of people who need help putting food on the table, who must rely on food banks, and this is a shame and a travesty. It's said that the inevitable things in life are death and taxes, and I won't talk about the tax increases in the last federal budget, which will hurt poor people more than most, but there is a cost to dealing with the practicalities of death, and that is funeral expenses. And the most prudent way to deal with these expenses is through a prepaid funeral plan. Death comes to poor people as well as to anyone else. But why should the poor be penalized for enlisting in a prepaid funeral expense plan? That is exactly what this government does for the elderly who, due to their poverty, qualify the guaranteed income supplement as part of old age security. And let's understand this. For a single senior to qualify for GIS, your income must be below $16,500 a year. And for a couple, it must be below $21,888 a year. Let's face it, at these income levels, you are poor. So why then does the government penalize those same seniors who withdraw a little bit of money from their RRSP to pay for the inevitable, their funeral, by cutting their GIS benefit? That's what the current law does, and that is simply penalizing the poor. The irony is astounding. This bill would allow those seniors, those self-same seniors, to prepay their funeral expenses with money from an RRSP. This makes sense. It's sensible. This does nothing, absolutely nothing, to change the living conditions of those seniors. This is, in fact, a prudent course of action, a humane and a rational, reasonable, emotional course of action to protect their families in the future from having to deal with some of the tragedy of their death, some of the expenses, some of the emotional turmoil will have been taken care of by the seniors themselves, and who better than to decide how to do that but them? Having an RRSP isn't a crime in this country. Some of these seniors do have RRSPs. The government encourages savings through it, and 47% of seniors on OAS have an RRSP. Surely being poor and dying, as we all do, is not a crime. Using the modest sum, and this is a very, very small amount of money in the grand scheme of things, of $2,500 to pay for funeral expenses should never be considered income in the hands of the senior. But that's what this government is suggesting it is. And that's what, in fact, is the case now. If that person withdraws $2,500 to prepay a funeral expense, that becomes income in that year. Did they themselves receive a benefit from that $2,500? Did they go out and buy a new TV? Did they buy a new car? They can't buy a new car for that. Did they buy an old clunker? Did they do anything to improve their lot in life? No. They are protecting their loved ones from the problems that will face them when those individuals pass away. And that should not be something that is counted as income, and that's what this bill proposes in the calculation of the future GIS. Luckily, I am not, as my NDP colleagues and I, the only one who sees the irony here. An annual income of $16,000 a year for a single senior, who could afford this another way? They couldn't. Nobody's going to be able to afford to prepay their expenses without dipping into their savings, without dipping into their RRSP. The bill stands on its own merits. It's a clear example of the commitment we in the NDP have made to reduce poverty among seniors. And I needn't remind the government that the NDP, in fact, voted against the budget of 2011 because we did not actually take all seniors out of poverty. As Jack Layton and the NDP had suggested to this government in 2010 and 2009 and 2008 that we needed to deal with that. And the government only did a half measure. That half measure was to raise the level of the GIS. Yes, they did do that. Nowhere near enough to get all seniors out of poverty. And then 2 years later, or the next year, take all the money back by telling seniors they can't retire until they're 67 anyway. So, and actually take more than that money back. So we have a government that gives with one hand and takes it back with the other. That is the irony of this situation, Mr. Speaker, is that these seniors are the poorest of the poor in the seniors' world. And yet this government would continue to, would suggest, as the parliamentary secretary has already suggested, they will vote against this bill. Some of them anyway, she will. It is a private member's bill, and then it's up to each individual member, which on the basis of some fabricated cost. In fact, only those seniors who actually have an RRSP and only those seniors who actually decide to do this will benefit. They will not actually themselves benefit. What will happen is the government will save, will continue to pay them what they've been paying them already. So we're not talking about a cost. We're talking about a reduction in tax savings that the government is taking from these seniors. They're actually taking money out of the pockets of seniors who do this in the year following their use of this money to prepay their funeral expenses. That's what the government is currently doing, is taking money out of the pockets of seniors. We're suggesting that these are the poorest of seniors to begin with. We should not be taking money out of their pockets in subsequent years. The minister has suggested this is an outrageous and exorbitant amount of money. Our calculations are about 1,000 times less than the minister's own calculations, Mr. Speaker. And our calculations, I feel, are much more accurate and much more closely reflect what it will mean when they stop taking money out of the pockets of seniors. This money, we're not suggesting this money shouldn't be taxable, so that if a senior who withdraws money from their RRSP, none of those rules would change. There is no huge administrative expense to this. There's no enormous burden. This is a simple and effective way to allow seniors to plan their death. And that's something that all seniors should have the dignity and the care of the rest of Canadians to do. We firmly believe that this is part of an overall policy of making sure that the people who built this great country, our seniors, are in fact looked after in the best and most humane way. We were unsuccessful in convincing the government to lift them all out of poverty, and we were unsuccessful so far, but in 2015 we'll change that, in convincing the government to back off on making them wait till they're 67 before they get any of this money. That 2-year wait will cause untold harm on a number of seniors in this country. But we can and should take this simple and straightforward approach and this simple and straightforward measure of ensuring that seniors who want to plan their death have the ability to do so without costing them out of pocket the following year as the government takes money back from them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today on C-480. This bill would amend the Old Age Security Act to exclude from the calculation of income for the purpose of Guaranteed Income Supplement, or GIS, the lesser of the amount of benefits received from a Registered Retirement Savings Plan, an RRSP, or a Registered Retirement Income Fund, an RRIF, and the amount not exceeding $2,500 paid to or under an eligible funeral arrangement. To simplify this, it means that seniors receiving GIS would be able to withdraw up to $2,500 from their RRSP or their RRIF to prearrange their funeral without having that money be part of the calculation as to whether or not they qualify for GIS. Now, the honourable member for Laval maintains that this would be a step towards reducing poverty among our seniors. Now, on the surface, this seems like a very compassionate action to take. However, I cannot support the bill. Mr. Speaker, let me explain a few things about federal income programs for Canadians over 65. The Old Age Security Pension is a monthly payment available to most seniors aged 65 and older who meet the legal status and residence requirements. If you meet these requirements, you can receive the OAS pension even if you are still working or have never worked. The OAS is financed from taxes collected by the Government of Canada, which means that increases in benefits immediately affect the balance of the budget. The Canadian Pension Plan, on the other hand, is a contributory program that people pay into when they work. The CPP provides a range of benefits to contributors and their families, including retirement, post-retirement, disability, survivor, and death benefits. This is a savings program where Canadians save a portion of their income, which is then used to pay for their benefits in their later years. The OAS program and the CPP, combined with Canadians' personal retirement savings, investments, and private pension plans, provide Canadians with one of the best retirement income systems in the world. In addition to the OAS pension benefit, the OAS program has 3 types of benefits that provide additional support to seniors who have low incomes: the Guaranteed Income Supplement, the GIS, the allowance, and the allowance for the survivor. To use the technical term, these 3 benefits are income tested. That term is important. The amount of GIS you are entitled to receive is based on your income. If your income in retirement is below a certain threshold, you can receive the GIS. If your income rises above that threshold, you cannot. The Old Age Security Act defines income in the same way as the Income Act does. In the Income Tax Act, withdrawals from RRSPs and RRIFs are considered income, and therefore they are also considered income for the purposes of the GIS. Now let me provide you a hypothetical case. Martin is retired and he's receiving the OAS. Even with the OAS, his monthly income is only $1,000. Because his income is so low, he is eligible for additional support immediately through a monthly GIS benefit. Martin has $30,000 in an RRSP, but as long as it stays in the plan, it is irrelevant to his receiving the GIS. But let's say that he makes the decision to withdraw $10,000 from the RRSP. His income for the year has now gone over the GIS threshold, and his benefit would be cut back. The Old Age Security Act currently does not allow expense-related exemptions other than the ones already provided under the Income Tax Act. Rather, the existing exemptions under the Old Age Security Act generally relate to earnings and receipt of provincial or territorial social assistance. The amendment proposed by my honourable colleague would create an exemption for money withdrawn for funeral expenses. Of course, these expenses would have to be documented and forms submitted to the GIS authority for review. This would increase the paperwork that the government would have to do and raise the cost of administering the program by $81 million, as estimated by the chief actuary. It is also estimated that the administrative cost of the program could be up to $12 million in addition, almost $100 million in cost. Additionally, the proposed legislation would also raise the issues of fairness, as it would only benefit the seniors who have RRSPs and RRIFs, and it would do nothing for seniors who have no savings or used different saving vehicles. The legislation will not be helping the poorest of seniors. It will be helping those who still have savings in various registered investments. I should also point out, Mr. Speaker, that the Canada Pension Plan already provides a one-time death benefit of up to $2,500 to the estate of a deceased contributor. That money can be used for funeral expenses. For people who receive the CPP, the proposed amendment would duplicate public assistance for the same expense. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Laval wants to reduce poverty among seniors, and so do we. Our government is committed to financial security for older Canadians, and we have done a lot to help since we formed government. Together, the CPP, the OAS, and the GIS have contributed to reducing the rate of poverty among Canadian seniors to one of the lowest levels in the world. In fact, poverty among seniors is lower than that of the general population. In 2011, we provided the largest GIS increase in 25 years to the most vulnerable of seniors. This measure is helping to lift Canada's lowest income seniors out of poverty. More than 680,000 low-income seniors are benefiting from that increase. Now, these seniors are now receiving an additional GIS up to $614 a month for seniors and up to $859 for couples. And this year, we are providing more tax relief for seniors and pensions, saving them more than $2.5 billion. This is in addition to creating pension splitting for seniors, allowing couples to significantly reduce their tax burden in many cases. And since we formed government, we've also taken 380,000 seniors off the tax rolls completely. Now, I can appreciate the good intentions of the member in moving this legislation. However, the cost and inequity of this legislation is something we cannot support. We are living in a time of fiscal restraint, and our government has acted to help the poorest of seniors, those who need the most help. Poverty among seniors is now at an all-time low, thanks to the investments this government has made. And for these reasons, I would encourage all members of the House to vote against this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Ça reste 9 minutes pour l'honorable.
Resuming debate, there are 9 minutes left for the honourable member from Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to speak today to the bill of my colleague from Laval-les-Îles, that is Bill C-480, which seeks to reduce poverty among seniors. My New Democrat colleague has a big heart, but he is also a man of action, and we have the evidence here, thanks to his bill, that wants to rectify a situation that especially affects seniors. It truly shows what a great man he is to try to reduce poverty among seniors. The impact of this bill would be to amend the Old Age Security Act with regard to funeral arrangements. It would exclude from the calculation of income for the purposes of the monthly guaranteed income supplement the lesser of the amount of benefits received from a registered retirement savings plan or a registered retirement income fund, and the amount not exceeding $2,500 paid to or under an eligible funeral arrangement. Therefore, GIS benefits would not be cut the following year. We know full well that many families in Canada have trouble making ends meet, and having to deal with funeral expenses only makes their financial burden heavier. This means that this is a tangible measure seeking to fight poverty among seniors, which will also enhance their financial security. We know that low-income seniors generally devote 60% of their monthly budget to accommodation and food. Their budget is extremely limited and is reduced even more through health care and medication. They are often obliged to deprive themselves of essential care for budgetary reasons, and in addition, they must deal with funeral prearrangements. These fees represent a sizable amount for these families. This bill, thus, is part of the logic of our social democratic values and our quest for social justice. It is because we believe that it is fundamental that all our seniors should be entitled to a decent retirement. This bill is part of our will as the NDP. We should allow our seniors to get old in dignity and to guarantee them financial and moral peace of mind. Therefore, the elderly should not jeopardize their financial situation because of funeral prearrangements. With this bill, this will not be the case because the guaranteed income supplement will not be affected during the following tax year. This immense burden, which is both financial and moral, that families must assume is unacceptable. They already have to deal with the loss of a loved one, so they don't need any more problems. It is thus a measure for our seniors who need it the most, that is, beneficiaries of the guaranteed income supplement. We are trying to fight poverty among our seniors, but the Conservatives are doing the opposite with their reforms. We know that 2/3 of the public does not have a private retirement fund, and to live beyond age 65, they depend on public revenues. And must I remind people that state support for our seniors is minimal. Unfortunately, the Conservative government is not putting in place concrete solutions to fight the poverty of seniors. Instead, it is increasing the age of entitlement for OAS from 65 to 67, and this will only worsen the poverty of many people. More and more seniors will be living under the poverty line in Canada. According to a recent study by the Inter-University Centre of Research in Organization Analysis, this increase will mean that the proportion of the people aged 65 and 66
below the poverty line will rise from 6% to 17%. This bill is good because it proposes the contrary. It wants to help the less fortunate in society and to reduce poverty of our seniors. By supporting this bill, we will be able to remove a significant burden from seniors and their families. Fighting poverty among our seniors was part of our campaign promises, and as you can see, we are keeping our word. Therefore, let us provide real solutions to Canadians' problems instead of making reckless cuts to old age security. The government should not be attacking Canadian workers this way. As for the New Democratic Party, it is committed to lifting all seniors out of poverty and guaranteeing a decent retirement to all Canadians. We want to reduce social inequalities and help people who are less fortunate in our society to live in better conditions. My colleague's bill has been supported by numerous people. According to Janet Gray, who is a certified financial planner and a consultant for seniors, everyone wants to help seniors who are financially vulnerable, and this bill is a good way of doing so. As concerns the Canada Pension Plan, which offers $2,500 to cover funeral expenses, Ms. Gray said, the probability that today's seniors have worked full-time throughout their career is not as high, especially among seniors. These people, therefore, do not have the criteria to qualify for the Canada Pension Plan. She also pointed out that the CPP does not apply to pre-arrangements, but only after the decease of the beneficiary. It is true that similar credits exist under the CPP and thanks to the Quebec government, but this bill does not aim to be a competing measure with existing measures, but rather a type of top-up measure. It helps those who need it most, that is, our seniors who receive the Guaranteed Income Supplement. Therefore, this bill shows that we are listening to our constituents and that their problems are the ones we need to solve as a priority as elected officials. But that's not all. This bill will also stimulate the local economy and funeral cooperatives. It will be an additional incentive for people who are thinking of buying funeral prearrangements. Funeral cooperatives will also see their sales figures rise, and this will stimulate the local economy. That is the essence of this bill, which, thanks to a tangible measure, seeks to reduce the poverty of seniors while allowing them to maintain a respectable financial situation, further to the purchase of a funeral arrangement, given that their GIS benefit will not be affected in the following tax year. They will thus have peace of mind, both financial and moral, by knowing that they will not leave this burden to their families. It is high time to help the most financially vulnerable people in our society, and that's what we aim to do with this bill. Whereas the income gap between the rich and the poor is only widening over the years, it is time to act. This is the largest gap that has been observed over the past 30 years, and as a primary determinant of health, poverty is not to be taken lightly. This increase in socioeconomic inequalities that we see every day has a real impact on the health of people and on more and more seniors. Whereas seniors often barely have the means to house themselves and to eat properly, certain other essential resources are also vital for them and inaccessible. Poverty costs us dearly, and we need to solve it. This is especially the case when we're talking about people in vulnerable situations, especially when they risk living in poverty. Seniors are part of this category. According to a study done by the Institute of Research and Information on Socioeconomic Matters, the low-income rate among people aged 65 has risen from 4.6% in 1996 to 12.3% in 2008. Therefore, we must absolutely take the measures required to improve the financial security of our seniors, and that is why I urge all the members in this House to support this bill at second reading. I have a few more minutes, Mr. Speaker, so I would just like to add this is not a question of money. It's a bill that will show the goodwill and the human side of my colleagues, so I would ask them to allow their heart to speak and to tell them they cannot be against motherhood and apple pie, and therefore they can't be against this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The period provided for the study of private members' business has now expired, and therefore this is dropped to the bottom of the priority.
Adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.